Hey y'all. I don't know if y'all can see me or not. I'm working on a different sitting situation. Of course, I see I've got stuff sitting around that you shouldn't see. Y'all can see. Um, Morning, everybody. I'll get to that. I have a corner office, so the light shifts. Krish is not here with us right now because she had to take Jason to the hospital, but she will be back. And so we're going to go right on with it for Krisha. And I may get behind the camera so I'm not too pretty. And also my lighting is kind of distracting at this time. So let's see if we can catch. I want to make sure not miss it while I'm chit-chatting with y'all. So I'm going to be, y'all just talk amongst yourselves while I try to get Judge Boyce's page up. Everybody was having so much. Let's see, Judge Stephen Boyce, live. Okay. He's got this distracted us yesterday, so, but I'm going to put this one up and while watching the other one to make sure that I'm not missing anything. So I'm going to share the screen just so we won't miss it. And there it is. The wrong courthouse, as Krisha says, but that's Judge Boyce's page. And I'm going to hide my camera for a minute just to try and get these side lights out of my face. I guess probably be the best. I don't know if that's going to be any better or not. Let's see. I don't know if that was better or not. I've got backlighting, but I also have windows over here. It makes it kind of crazy. So we're trying to get ready for the second day for jury selection. And Krisha will be back, so y'all don't leave us because Krisha will be here. And it is so encouraging to Jason and Krisha that we have your support because you're supporting the family here. We're not giving away any gifts for showing up and being with us, or we're not good for those who can give gifts away, like, East Idaho News and others who for showing up. But you're giving Trisha and Jason a gift of love, and Kay too, because this helps the whole family. It really does when you support them this way. And so Jason was right there with Krisha yesterday, and he wasn't feeling good. He hasn't been feeling good, but it seemed like it was, getting to the area they needed to be cautious and going to the hospital today. And while Krisha's doing all this research, and everybody's like got the names for their members and their subscribers, and I'll just have to say that this is a bunch of researchers because y'all have really hung with it, dug deep, had to make your own crime boards and put string up to really follow the story because it's got so many players, the ones that are witnesses and that we see on screen, but also the players that are behind the screen. And y'all have supported her, and to do that, you had to probably twist some brains in some ways that didn't feel comfortable a lot of times. And we really appreciate it. And I know it's the pressure is so high. I mean, I'm just going to say, I don't think there's anybody who knows about it who doesn't think that at the end of the day, they'll find Chad guilty. But it's the details of how they get there. And I think if there was a way to twist it around and find him not guilty, I don't know that I probably shouldn't say that. I'm just going to say that we're going to have to listen to a whole lot of stuff for the next 8 weeks out of John Pryor. And he may need some help at the end of this, because I don't see how anybody's brain can twist around like that and jump through hoops. Maybe that's what you learn in the dang law school. I don't know. Okay, let me check again and make sure that they're not fooling us like they did yesterday. All right. So it is difficult to listen to John Pryor. Oh, good. Got Trace on the case joining us for a minute. Trace, can you unmute your mic?
I did. I just
Okay.
I was playing asthma attack, so I'm gonna mute if I start to cough.
Okay. All right. Have we got the echo again for you?
Yeah, I'm hearing that echo. Let me go out and try and come back in.
Hey, Jody. Hey, Vistex. Hey, Ravina. Hey, Michelle, Mixed Media Madness. Thank you for being here. And you have your emotional support pup with you. That's wonderful. Stephanie Willow. Glad you're here listening while I work. Praying for Jason. Thank you so much. There you are.
Yeah. Now I got the routine, I think.
Well, remember that you have to shut down the sound for your YouTube while you come on to this one. I know yesterday.
I have to turn.
Go ahead.
I have to turn mine completely off. So now I have a second phone, so I'm looking at the comments that way. So
yes, that's what I do. I have a second, have the sound completely cut off on it.
So what time did yesterday? I was had some stuff going on.
I'm sorry, we're getting a little bit of muffle out of you. So say that again and let's see if it's clearer this time.
Okay. Just asking what time they actually got started yesterday, because I wasn't on there early yesterday morning.
Oh my goodness, girl. It was late, but the reason why is they had they had 4 jurors that were very late, and they had one that was so late that they were talking about them. And the judge was like, he was going to decide whether to give them a fine or whatever else it was. It was like crazy. Nate was given the blow on that on the X, like on the Twitter. And I was like, monitoring what Nate was saying on Twitter. And he was saying that they were waiting those jurors. Man, I'd hate to be that guy with the flat or whatever problem he had.
Wow. Well, I would think that would be important, that people would be on time. It says here I have a bad connection.
Well, go back out and come back in. I mean, I don't see it from here, but
it's there's a comment that says I have a bad connection. Can you hear me any better? I'm holding my phone differently. Can you hear me any better?
I can hear you better. but maybe do y'all hear her better now? Carrie Ann, Jason, he was nauseated, and he has the whole thing going on with his esophagus, so it's the same thing that's going on with him, but it can get very dangerous very fast. And so they had to take Jason to the hospital, and once Krisha gets him to the hospital and gets him triaged or in the hands of the people that will take care of him, then she'll probably come back online and give us a report about Jason. So I don't know, like I said, I don't know the details to tell their private business so I don't know it to tell it. So anything I say after this will just be me going, I'm guessing this is what's going on. So, generally whenever Jason has some sort of attack or something, Larry would come and help. But I imagine Larry and Kay, I don't know if they're there or here or getting their stuff together. I don't know because it's not in my business to know. But I'm just saying they're all very busy. And let's pray for all of them because I'm sure they got
lots of prayers.
a million things on their list to take care of today leading up to all this. And I know that this has nothing to do with the jury selection. It kind of does. Is that next week when the eclipse comes, I'm just afraid. I don't know whether the whole United States is be having a big party or what the heck. You know what I'm saying? It's like, pay attention. We got stuff to do over here. What do y'all mean everybody having a cocktail and having a party today?
We're going to get some moon pies over here.
Well, that's one thing. Y'all are not losing your mind about it. No.
No.
And I'm not in an area of totality anyways, but I saw a little meme on Facebook that showed like the different areas, and it's just a slither will be. But I'm telling you, it was so dark yesterday, I thought we were having an eclipse. Let me go and see if I can see what Nate might be saying on Twitter about why they're 30 minutes late.
Okay.
And let's see here. So let's see.
So Michelle, in the path of totality, where are you at? Oh, that's interesting, Todd. Some inmates are suing to be outside. They get a lot of rights, those inmates.
Then they'll probably be suing because they go blind or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's real easy if you don't have a pair of
Ohio.
those glasses to get excited and want to peek. It was very cloudy. When
I haven't even
that
checked.
Oh, to see how much.
Yeah, to see what we'll have here.
Idaho is not totality, and I figured that it would be because of all of the Salem and all that junk about the X of the other eclipse and this eclipse, and man, it's too much math.
That's interesting. And if Mom, nothing going on with that one, with this one.
Well, Nate is not posting today. It looks like his last posts were like 20 hours ago. I don't know what to think about you, Nate.
Come on, Nate.
Come on, Nate.
Hi, Ashley. It's supposed to be hot here today. Ashley is in Phoenix here with me. Oh, thank you, Bewitched. Everybody remember to go hit the like. It helps.
I'm just hitting this button to see if it, refreshes because yesterday, there it is. Are we seeing it? Let's see. Let me make sure I got the right thing here. Yeah.
Is it an hour
Okay.
difference, Ravina? Is it 8:30 in Idaho or 9:30?
Well, see, that could be confused. We may be an hour early, but I don't think so. Maybe. I don't know. I didn't sleep well last night.
Oh, it's
Did you
8:30,
ever?
she says.
Oh, so we're early. Well, anyways,
What time are they starting at? 9?
this is their thing. So he put this thing up live. I mean, this is already this thing. So we're in the right vicinity.
Okay. In Arizona, it's so confusing. We don't switch time, and that is good, but we switch time zones, and I can never remember which time of the year we're in which time zone.
Oh man, that's way too much math for appointment making.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm
We went to
terrible though.
Disneyland one year. And the time, usually the camera or your phone will automatically switch, and it didn't. So we're like already in line at 5:30, and look at the clock, and it's like, an hour later.
It's always weird whenever about a time thing. And I'm guessing that whenever you wake up in the middle of the night and can't go back to sleep, and then you only sleep a little bit, and then you feel so bad that next day, that's what do you call it? Jet lag feels like.
Oh.
I don't know.
Bewitched says that the prosecution walked in a few minutes ago.
Well, Bewitched, where are you getting this information? I'm proud of it.
Hidden True Crime.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna look up her what you call it, ex.
Appreciate that information,
Yes,
Bewitched.
ma'am. I do appreciate the that information wherever you get it, and I also appreciate those of you who are keeping up with the stats on how many we've got. It seemed like yesterday was a slow day for it. It was,
I like to
I
jump
guess,
like to jump around and see what's happening. We
yeah.
appreciate that, though.
Oh yeah.
Good morning, Anna Brown.
I'm gonna go like that for a minute.
So, Ashley, you're planning to go to the trial here in Phoenix, right? Good morning, Lost Cookie. Yes, Ashley's going to go to the trial here. I know I'm going to try. And, we're hoping to have Kresha here,
Yes.
but no pressure. I know these trials are hard on the family. And this one, being for Charles is going to be emotional.
Well, I'm hoping that their health is maybe better by then too. And and even if to be in the vicinity so that you can go or you don't have to if you don't want to
Yes.
is a you know
Yes. And I
because
really want to, take her. There's so many things to see around here. Sedona's an hour and a half away, and Grand Canyon's up there. There's so many things to do. It would be really fun to, you know, get her away from it some of the time, take some weekend
yeah,
trips, and
yeah, yeah.
it would be fun to have a group of us and, get to know each other. And I know we're trying to get you out here, Donna.
It's hard for me to get away for a few hours at a time.
I know.
But I'm just going to say, everybody, whatever's going on with your life, it don't matter how bad it is, don't matter how good it is, nothing lasts forever. And so we'll go from one thing to the next, and there's an upswing and a downswing. And so taking care of my mom is a big job, but it's important, and I don't want to be a slacker on it at all.
No, you're no slacker. Wrigley Mansion, yes. We used to see that when I was little. The freeway system wasn't in, so when we would travel to like the East Valley, we would see the Wrigley's Mansion. And I haven't been there, but supposedly they have a bathroom that is wallpapered in those little silver um, wrappers that the gum comes in. Have you been there, Hughes?
I would love to go there because I love to travel. Once I get to a destination, I'm just enthralled in the culture and the history and every time.
Yes, there's a lot to see in Arizona. 2 hours away from us in Phoenix, where it's hot and there's palm trees, is up in the pine forests, and, complete total climate change.
Mm. Yeah, going to see something in person is sometimes a real game changer.
Where did you go in Arizona, Anna? It is, beach lady. It's hard. I know Donna works so hard at it. How old is your mom again?
Mama is 90.
90.
And some days she's wanting to toddle around and leave her walker. And then other days she's so dizzy she can't hardly get up out of her chair. So, but her brain, most days she's on it, knows what's going on. And she's like, have you checked the mail? And I promise you, she takes a whole slew of medicine and she knows all about it. And I'm trying to learn all about it because you never know whenever they will get into the condition where they can't tell you
Right.
how to take them 20 pills.
Well, that's good, though, that she's still on top of it.
Oh, yes. Some days she's like way more motivated than me. And I just,
Another.
I swear.
So Hughes
I'll
says
hear
they're
it.
planning. Hughes says they're planning on coming to town. Do you
Good.
have a place to stay, Hughes? Are you going to stay for the whole thing, or? Oh, Beach Lady cared for her mom when she was 90. You guys rock.
And look, we're taking all kind of supplements and vitamins and eating stuff. And I swear, I told her the other day, I said, if you're, and her doctor would tell her to take weird things too, like, herbs and stuff. I don't know if most medical doctors don't, but I told her, I said, if Dr. Patel told you that we should get out and catch possums and make possum pies and it would make you live just a little tiny longer and help something or another, you'd be like, want me to be out hunting a possum. I
That's
swear.
funny. Well, she's
She'll
doing
eat it.
something right. She is doing something right.
Yes. Well, she has, I just don't know what I'll do if she ever loses that, but she really does have a fight in her to stay alive and try to be healthy and exercise and
Well,
keep
she
moving.
cooks and stuff, doesn't she, sometimes?
Yes, yes, and, sometimes she probably don't feel like it, but she hears me in there, it's like, "Well, get the stuff out, but let me put it together." "Okay."
Ah, she has to come keep an eye on you, huh?
To make sure I'm doing it right. But she has taught me a lot in these, years that we've been over here.
Wow. So, isn't Lori's trial supposed to start in August?
August, yes.
It's Anna. It's August, but I have heard other people say I think there will probably be some delays or continuances at that time. I mean, I know Lori didn't like that, but I think the prosecution was asking for more time, which is good because even, moving it back a month or two, um, it, helps not be in the 118-degree weather.
It's just me checking it. Don't let me scare y'all. But I just don't want it to sneak up on us. If somebody hears or knows something's going on that we miss, tell us. Oh my gosh.
Oh, Ashley says there's not a date set yet for the trial.
My mom listened to a little bit of this, jury selection stuff, and she said, "I don't want to hear any more of that." She said, "You call me whenever he gets on the stand. I want to hear what he has to say." I was like, "Yeah, Mom, we all want to know what he has to say, but he may never get on the stand." I said, "But there'll be some other people that'll tell some interesting things."
Oh, I think so. What was I going to say? Oh, I know. Did y'all hear Juror 18? Is that who he was? I've heard him say a couple of times that he found Zulema's testimony to be very helpful, which, is kind of interesting because, we dislike these people so much.
Well, he didn't have stuff to compare it to.
Yeah,
Like
that's
we
true.
do.
That's true. He would only
And,
see what he
yeah.
sees. Yeah, he wouldn't know the stuff with her those days before Charles died and those texts. I'm working on him. I'm working on him.
Yes, all that stuff. I don't remember whether they told all of that stuff, but they didn't know everything we knew, you know?
Correct.
Oh, yeah,
MK says Juror 18 seems sketchy to me. I have sort of liked him during the interviews. He's on our Facebook page. I know he is writing a second book. His book that he wrote at the beginning is ready to go. It can't be released until the trial's over, but he is at the trial now and writing a second book. But I think he has an angle that others might not, and I know I don't know if he's donating all the money, but I know he's donating some.
Do you think that he would be writing a book if he hadn't been an alternate?
Was he an alternate?
I think he was the alternate, wasn't he?
I don't know. Does anybody know that in chat?
Well, I'm just saying that might give you a different thing of it
Yes.
too, because
Yes.
you're a juror, but yet you didn't get to deliberate with your fellow
Right.
guys, and you missed having your say about it.
Right. Yes.
So, I mean, he was an alternate. Okay. I think that has something to do with it because if you're a juror and you get to stand up and say guilty, then you are getting your say in it. You know what I'm
Yes,
saying?
that's true.
And
Yes, Ravina says he didn't do the actual deliberations. So
right, or even hear them. So, I mean,
right,
that's got to be, I'm sure he's like wanting to have a meeting with each one of them. And like, I'm sure they can tell him, and there's nothing wrong with them talking to him now on the other side of it about what happened. But at the time, he must have, I mean, it would be like if in our little group of friends and moderators, and you knew I'm talking about, Trace, we just have a little group of friends. If we just like one day kicked one of them out and said, you can't hear our conversation and what we're going to
right,
finish, it would feel pretty alone.
right. Well, he does have some interesting things. Like I know he said that they offered to pay for counseling for the jurors.
Yes,
And
they
I thought
should.
that was really good. I also, TC said, I listened to different testimonies in Lori's trial last night, and Melanie Gibb was so obvious all her lies, especially the night they did the ritual on JJ. Her choice of words is very telling. And, TC, I have listened to some different, things, the police interviews and the things she says about that night. And, what I found was that in all of the information I was hearing originally, maybe I missed something, but originally I had heard that she went to knock on Lori's door because they wanted to call Chad for a blessing. Like, and I assumed that to be over the phone. And then when David testified, he said we were calling Chad so he could come over. And I was like, a grown man has a nightmare and he needs Chad to come over in person. And I started thinking, like, I really wonder if they were trying to set up some kind of an alibi for Chad that night. Maybe they got left at the apartment. And if Chad, was caught out and about, then they could say, oh, he came over to give David a blessing. I don't know if it is just kind of a theory, but and then, of course, afterward, once they sort of turned, then, they kind of had to leave maybe part of the story out or whatever.
Yeah.
TC, I
They
really liked your 18. It's nice of him to be there and give his perspective and insight. I feel like that too, TC. And I don't feel like he's, some of these people are making so much money and, you know, the family is not, but I don't, he does have like an interesting angle and maybe something different to say. And it's not about money for him, maybe.
Nobody's perfect. I'm sure that, I mean, it's like, it's hard to swim in the water of all of this stuff and not have it cross your mind that algorithms and certain keywords and different things trigger more whatever it is. I don't know. You obviously can hear from the way I'm talking about it that I don't know the lingo, and maybe it'd be better off if I would read about it. But it's it's like yesterday, and I didn't mean to be like, what do you call it? Trying to profiteer or whatever, when I suggested maybe that'd be interesting if we had Todd on, and Kresha immediately was like, well, we don't want to, what was the word she used? She didn't want to like use her brother for something.
Right.
And, and I didn't, in my brain, I did not think about that way, but I guess that's what that amounts to. But I just thought that, in our group of people, because we obviously are not got any big nonprofit, or it is for sure nonprofit,
Right.
without being certified. It's not a big money thing over here. So, I mean,
No.
not to say
And
that I mean, let
I'm
me back up and
sure.
say that Kresha spends lots of money on this that are,
Yes.
unbeknownst to people. So I don't want to make it think that money that, that she appreciates all the people who do like help her and sponsor her and help us in any kind of ways they do. Giving us
Yes,
information. If you've got some court papers that we need to see, if you can send, we've got it.
she does. And she also, has said if people are struggling out there, she doesn't want them to feel like they need to
No.
donate or there's such support here in many different ways.
Yes, and it weighs and comes in ways and whatever. And I'm saying, at my present time, last year when we first started this, I had a job and all kinds of things, and I was able to donate more, and I can't do that at this time,
No, but now you have your
other.
time. Now
Yeah,
your
I do.
time is so
Yeah.
valuable to us.
Yes, but I'm doing time. Doing time sounds like a jail. No, I mean,
Yes,
I have,
you
yes,
are.
I'm getting experience on all this thing too. And, and I hope that we don't lose any subscribers or people. I'm going to switch back and talk about Melanie
Well,
G for just a minute. Are we still,
oh
which way you
yes,
want to go?
okay.
No, I was just going to say, I have for
Well,
a long time. Go ahead.
no, you go ahead.
No, because I was fixing to turn the corner, and if you got something else to say, I need you to
Oh,
go on and.
well, no, I was comments. Zero in on Melanie G's testimony. I listened again last night, and her choice of words made me feel awake and involved. She was careful but clear, but not clear and white. Very, very kind of.
I have been also concerned about Melanie Gibb for some time because even from her first conversations with Nate, first of all, I don't think she wanted to do that. I think that I'm not going to say why, but somebody told her that she needed to make a video and make it a good one, and she did.
Right, maybe to make her
I don't want to say who I think might have done it because at this point I don't want to screw nothing up at trial and be suddenly me and you'll be a witness someplace. Allegedly,
right.
somebody. So here, and she told, obviously, she knew that Charles, I mean, every person watching it, every person, when she said that Charles was a zombie and those kids were zombies, everybody there was like, well, you stupid ass. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We're going to get demonetized over me saying bass. Anyway, so I just,
who
it's like,
was it? Who was it that, go ahead.
They knew those kids were going to die. When Lori said, will you take JJ? She should have took JJ. I'm talking about Melanie Gibb should have took JJ and then promptly called Kay and said, hey, I got your boy. Because none of them wanted him. That's the reason, none of them wanted him. I'm sorry. I rant insert. Tracy, you're something's the matter with your sound. You're gonna have to turn it off and on or something.
All right.
You're better. You were sounding like a guitar for a minute. One being tuned at that. I just want to feel like that there will be more charges filed. I don't know if it'll be against the girl that makes a good video, but
the attorney who is a different person than through COVID. Adele Allister, I think was her name here in Maricopa County. She was an alcoholic and she was letting cases slide, and she ended up being outed, and it was a big ordeal. A lot of cases never got filed, and a lot of people got off on crimes. But the woman that's there now, I believe it's Rachel Martin is her name. There was a case here in Gilbert where a gang of teenage boys killed another teenager, and they had been going around beating people up, and they didn't file charges immediately, and supposedly they hid this kid out, one of the, the major one, and they're called the Gilbert Goonies, I think. But they finally did file some charges, and Rachel Martin went on there, and she was talking about two different grand juries here in Arizona, that there's, the regular grand jury and there's an investigative grand jury that I know, and I know grand juries meet in secret, but the investigative grand jury can be there for years, and they do more investigating than what the police would do. And I was like, oh my gosh, I wonder if that could be a possibility. If they have an investigative grand jury, maybe they're waiting for the trial to see, what else information they could have. I don't know. I just really try and keep the hope that these people face some sort of, consequences for their actions or their inaction.
Yes. Well, in reading the Arizona papers, one of the first things that I noticed when it was identifying the key players about, who was related to Charles, like, this one was, when it mentioned Chad Daybell, his notation next to his name was stranger. And Chad Daybell was not a stranger to Charles. And so I don't know, maybe that was early on what they put in there, but he was not a stranger. They knew they had not met, but they knew of each other for a dang fact.
Well, Charles had emailed him, right?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Charles had and then Charles emailed Tammy.
And she brought him up to Lori in a text by saying, that he was sending the woman the email, and she said, well, that's you. She won't listen to you. She's my friend. So, I mean, yeah.
Ravina says Charles emailed Tammy too. And is it that nobody knows if Tammy saw it for sure?
Yes. And that's, that is, unless we learn something different. And I'm going to say, and this is alleged talk right here, but I heard this from another true crime channel, a channel that is local to Rexburg and all that. And they believe that he had other affairs, that Chad allegedly had other affairs, and that Tammy had suspected or known of that, and was thinking about leaving him. Now I don't know how they know all that, and that's just how local gossip goes in a small town.
Don't y'all wonder about Chad and Julie Rowe? Maybe she was on. Do you remember when she was on Nancy Grace? And I just got the feeling that if she didn't have any kind of relationship with Chad, she wanted one.
And see, that's one of the people they mentioned. And see, I'm just going to say, if you are trying to practice this plural marriage / polygamy, what is the difference between searching for your next wife and having an affair? I mean, really.
The way you look at it, maybe.
I'm just saying, a guy could say he's searching for his next wife when he's really just fooling around, and who would want to have that whole bunch. And, I mean, and you're going to, I think all of them wanted to be part of his deal there. I don't know. And Audrey too.
Yes, I got that same feeling about Audrey, because seriously, Lori had her little Arizona friends here. Why was Chad working so hard to tell Audrey Lori didn't have any friends and all of that.
Well, I'm guessing if she was taking all their husbands, that could run your friends off, but
Cheyenne says she lost respect when Melanie couldn't handle her son on the autism spectrum. And, all those women left their kids. Lori left JJ and Tylee for a while. Melanie's, um,
that's what I'm
Melanie
saying.
Gibb.
Where are the rest of the kids? Somebody needs to check on all of those people where they're down there with everybody that's got a subscription for that food.
Oh, yeah.
They need to CPS. Was that Child Protective? They need to check them. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry these other people have made it necessary for us to get up in your business. But they
Right.
have. We got it now like over and over again with these other ladies over there. I don't know why I'm calling them ladies, Ruby and Jody. And Jody clearly thinks that hurting children is the best thing for them.
Janelle says, yes, they did. And they were encouraging others to do the same. Are you talking about leave their families, Janelle? Leave their kids behind?
Who was taking the kids, Janelle?
Well, Charles had JJ and Melanie Gibbs' husband, took care of their kids.
He's lucky to be alive.
Brandon, yeah, I think so too. And Brandon, took their kids.
And Janelle, you too, really, hon. All you had to do is clearly give these people a funny face, wiggle your nose that you didn't believe everything they said, and you get on the dang list. And their spouses
Janelle said their spouses. So, good for the dads though for, standing up and, taking that on.
But they need to all be on Dateline telling a story.
Yeah.
I swear, we need to wake up some folks. I'm just saying, thank you for, I don't know, this whole.
Janelle says she paid for everything.
Bless your heart, honey. Hardworking women that are not appreciated at all.
Right. Well, you know what I found? Remember Kresha was saying yesterday, I remember hearing it, that Chad gave several or a few of his kids $8,000. He paid for that big trip to California. And didn't he only get, how much did he get in from Tammy's insurance? Does anybody know that?
I was thinking it was $500,000, but I may be wrong.
I'm so sorry, Janelle.
And Faye Farr, I'm sorry that the LDS housewife has become a legitimate criminal profile trope, too. I mean, well.
Is possible resentment at times because the church encourages people to have a lot of kids and maybe they don't really want that many kids.
I've heard some, watch some LDS women that had their own channels that would cry because they couldn't have more children. Like maybe they only had one and they were trying to have another one. And they felt like they were doing something wrong that they couldn't get pregnant, and clearly their health was not, their body and their health was saying, you need to take care of yourself before you try to have more kids,
Right.
And yet they're, oh, here we go. They're up in the corner. Here we go. Let's get out.
Okay.
All right, good morning, everyone. We're back on the record on case CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We are continuing with jury selection, including small group and individual voir dire this morning. Court will note that the state is present, represented by the prosecution. The defense is present, represented by the defense attorney, Mr. Pryor, as well as the defendant here present. Are the parties ready to proceed with voir dire this morning, beginning with the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. We will go ahead and have the bailiffs bring in our jury group. I'll please remind everybody in attendance here today that we are subject to the court's courtroom conduct order, so please make sure any of your devices are silenced or turned off. They'll be taken by the marshals if they cause an interruption. And counsel, I'll just also remind you to please not have, well, never mind. We'll go through the voir dire individuals once the jurors are brought in here. And I'll confirm that we are broadcasting at this point. Is that correct? Okay, so we're on the record broadcasting. I'll advise the jurors of that when they come in. And so we'll have the jury.
All right, please.
Gentlemen, returning this morning, you've been recalled as prospective jurors in the case now before us. I'll reintroduce my court staff again and myself. I'm Stephen W. Boyce, the District Judge for Fremont County, Idaho, and I'm in charge of the courtroom in this trial. The court clerk assisting me today, Shannon Holstein, is here, and she's keeping minutes of the trial proceedings and will also administer oaths to you as jurors. We have our courtroom marshals here also assisting in maintaining courtroom order and helping the jurors move about where they're supposed to go. Our court reporter is Mary Fox, who is taking a stenographic record of all the proceedings today, and she's seated down here to my left. And then over against the wall to my right, Courtney Stallings is my staff attorney, and she assists me with legal research and administrative issues that come up throughout the day. Each of you has been qualified to serve as a juror of this court. You've each filled out a questionnaire that's been reviewed by the court and the attorneys, and it's been determined to recall you for further questioning today. The first thing we do in a trial is to select jurors, in this case 12 jurors and 6 alternates for a total of 18 jurors from among the group we've summoned. The clerk will now call the roll of the jury using your red card. So you each have a red card. As your name's called, please raise that and indicate that you're present verbally for our record, please. Madam Clerk.
Juror number 823.
Here.
Juror number 1198.
Here.
Juror 1204.
Here.
1242.
Here.
Juror 1251.
Here.
Juror 1320. Juror 1332. Juror 1358.
Here.
Juror 1365. Juror 1378. Juror 1379. Juror 1389. Juror 1392. Juror 1424.
Here.
Juror 1535.
Here.
Juror 1541. Juror 1585. Thank you.
All right, thank you for returning. The court will advise the jurors that we are broadcasting this proceeding on the court's official YouTube channel for public access. Also, the courtroom is open. However, there are no cameras pointed towards or making any photography of you as jurors. However, your voices are subject to that broadcast. I'll next introduce you to the case and the parties at this time. In this case, the case has been brought by the state of Idaho. I'll sometimes refer to the state as the prosecution. Counsel, as I list your names, you may stand briefly. So the state is represented here by Lindsay Blake, Fremont County prosecutor. Rob Wood is the Madison County prosecutor. Ingrid Beatty, a specially appointed prosecutor in the case, and Rocky Wixom, a deputy prosecutor for Fremont County. The defendant in this case, Mr. Chad Guy Daybell, is represented by his attorney, Mr. John Pryor. This case is a criminal matter, meaning the defendant is charged by the state of Idaho with a violation of the law. I previously read to you a summary of the charges in the amended indictment when you were here last week to complete your questionnaires. With regard to the defendant, the state of Idaho has alleged that Chad Guy Daybell committed the following crimes. Count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception. Count 2, first-degree murder. Count 3, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception. Count 4, first-degree murder. Count 5, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count 6, first-degree murder. Count 7, insurance fraud. Count 9, insurance fraud. Mr. Daybell has pled not guilty to the charges. Please remember, that's simply a description of charges. It is not evidence. Under our law and system of justice, every defendant is presumed to be innocent. This means two things. First, the state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty. The state has that burden throughout the trial. The defendant is never required to prove his innocence, nor does the defendant ever have to produce any evidence at all. Second, the state must prove the alleged crime beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from a lack of evidence. If after considering all the evidence you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt, you must find the defendant not guilty. The duty of the jury is to determine the facts and then apply the law set forth in the instructions I will later give you to those facts. In this way, you will decide the case. In applying the court's instructions as to the controlling law, you must follow those instructions regardless of your opinion of what the law is, what the law should be, or what any lawyer says the law may be. During the course of this trial, including the jury selection process, you are instructed that you are not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else, including any use of email, text messaging, social media, or any other form of communication, electronic or otherwise. Do not conduct any personal investigation or look up any information from any source, including the internet. Do not form an opinion as to the merits of the case until after the case has been submitted to you for your determination. At this time, then, I am going to ask our clerk to administer an oath to the jury panel. The jury panel will be sworn for a voir dire examination. If each of you would please stand at this time and raise your right hands, I'll have that oath administered.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will truthfully answer such questions as may be asked of you by court or counsel, touching upon your qualifications to sit as a trial juror in the cause now on trial, so help you God? Yes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Be seated. I'll note for the record, each one of these jurors did take the oath just given by the clerk. The clerk's now impaneled 17 prospective jurors this morning for questioning in a small group today. Will the state stipulate that these jurors have been properly called and impaneled?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Will the defense stipulate as well?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you, counsel. The court will also note that the jurors, each 7 of the 17 has completed a juror affirmation indicating they've not, or they have followed the court's admonishment to not look into the case between now and the time they filled out their questionnaire last week. And I will just confirm that with the bailiffs. I am told that all of the questionnaires, or I'm sorry, affirmations were returned. Is that correct? That's correct, Your Honor. Okay. In this part of the jury selection process, then you're going to be asked questions touching on your qualifications to serve as jurors in this particular case. This part of the case is known as the voir dire examination. Voir dire is an ancient Anglo-Norman term dating back hundreds of years to the origins of common law, and in Old French it simply means to speak the truth. Voir dire examination is for the purpose of determining if your decision in this case would in any way be influenced by opinions which you now hold, or by some personal experience or special knowledge you may have concerning the subject matter to be tried. The object is to obtain 12 persons who will impartially try the issues of this case upon the evidence presented in this courtroom without being influenced by any other factors. Please understand this questioning is not just for the purpose of prying into your personal affairs, but only for the purpose of obtaining an impartial jury. Whenever you need to answer a question, please hold up your red card. And when you're called upon to speak, you may identify yourself with that red card number. We won't be using your names through any stage of these proceedings. Because this proceeding is being reported by our court reporter, please make verbal responses to any questions such as yes or no, and try not to just shake your head or say or because then we don't get a clear record of what's stated. In addition, try not to talk at the same time as any attorney that may be questioning you in the court, again, so we keep a clear record. If you have any response that you think is too personal or would be embarrassing to discuss in public, or for whatever reason you don't want that to be addressed publicly, you can tell us and we will discuss that in a more private setting outside the presence of others in the courtroom and individually. Also, if you have answers to any questions that you think may prejudice any other prospective jurors or any of the participants in this trial, please refrain from those comments until we can arrange again to have you discuss that outside the presence of other jurors. Also, if you have knowledge of this case from pretrial media coverage or publicity, please don't start talking about any facts of what you may know. We'll discuss that with you individually again so that other jurors don't hear the information that you may already have. I'll now read to you a special instruction that's being given in this case as follows. The defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, has been charged in the amended indictment with certain counts of entering into a conspiracy with Lori Vallow Daybell and or Alex Cox. The crime of conspiracy involves an agreement by 2 or more persons to commit a crime. You must only consider the evidence against the defendant in this case and should not speculate as to any other case or legal proceedings involving the alleged co-conspirators. You must remember that the defendant has the presumption of innocence, and you must consider his guilt or innocence based solely on the evidence provided in this case. That concludes the court's special instruction. At this time, I'll instruct the attorneys to please avoid repeating questions already asked, inefficiency, and the attorneys do have the right, however, to direct follow-up questions to a juror's responses. The jury should be aware that during and following the voir dire examination, one or more of you may be challenged. Each side has challenges, what are called for cause, which means that each side can ask that a juror be excused for a specific reason. In addition, each side has a certain number of peremptory challenges, by which I mean each side can challenge a juror and ask that he or she be excused without giving a reason for the dismissal. If you are excused by either side, please do not feel offended or don't feel like your honesty or integrity has been questioned, because it has not. And in addition, I'll note that if you are excused and you are approached by anyone after your excusal that wants to talk about case with you, once you're dismissed, you are excused from your service and you can do that. However, please bear in mind that we are in the process of trying to obtain impartial jurors. You don't have to talk to anyone who may question you. And if you do so, please respect the opinions of your fellow jurors. And also bear in mind that we're trying to keep down publicity in the case until a jury is selected. At this time, I am going to begin the court's phone voir dire, after which the attorneys will be given an opportunity to make their own voir dire inquiries. When I'm questioning jurors, please pay attention to what's being asked, because you may be recalled to answer those same questions. The first question I'll ask of the entire panel is as follows. Is the information provided in your juror information forms still true and accurate? And in addition, are your responses in your questionnaire true and accurate as well? If you believe that's all still true and accurate information, please raise your red card. All right, thank you. We've got juror 1332 that did not raise your card. Is there something that you would need to correct or clarify in your
I
questionnaire?
wasn't feeling very well when I got this paper and they asked me to fill it out. Looking back, yeah, there were a few answers.
Okay, that's fine. It was a long questionnaire. I understand. We can talk to you about that probably individually or maybe further in a group, but we'll return to that. Thank you for notifying us of that. The next question.
Judge?
Yes.
I apologize for the interruption, but I saw 1378 did not raise his card, and I thought maybe he has some issues as well.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Pryor. I didn't notice that.
I just wanted to state that my work is to say that I would get compensation for being on jury if I have to. I answered that I couldn't because of that. I wasn't sure, but they said that I could, so.
Okay, well, thank you for that follow-up information as well. That will lead us into the next question, and I'll ask if this applies to you, you can raise your red card. I want to discuss the time commitment required for jury service in this case. So if you are required to serve as a juror, it's going to be for a period of approximately 8 to 10 weeks. The question is whether or not that time frame or amount of time would create a serious hardship upon you or your family or your business or profession or occupation, so as to prevent you from rendering service as a fair and impartial juror in this case. If you think you may suffer a hardship based on the length of the trial, please raise your red card. Okay, if you could keep those held up for a moment, we'll note down who we've got. All right, we're going to go through individually and talk to each of you about this at this time. And the court in this stage of the proceedings will allow for attorney voir dire also on the issue of hardship. So the first juror we'll speak to is juror 1535. I may have written that number down wrong. Do we not have that?
Got it right, 1535.
Okay, thanks. I was in a different order here. Let's talk to you first then. Juror number 1535, you did raise your red card. Let's discuss the length of the trial. What's your concern about a possible hardship if you had to serve?
The provider for my family. If I take that much time off, I don't know if I have enough money to pay the mortgage or any of that, and I don't have any vacation time until the end of the summer.
Have you had a chance to discuss with your employer the possibility of serving and whether or not there's any way that you receive any compensation if you are serving?
I haven't asked him about compensation, but he knows that I'm here today, obviously.
We don't need to get into too many details, but is this a small company, a big company? How many employees total are in your
I
company?
would say there's about 20 of us.
Okay, so small business.
Yes.
And you are concerned then, if I'm understanding, that if you're required to serve, you may just be going without a paycheck during that period?
Yep.
Are you a sole provider or is this your sole source of income?
My wife works part-time.
All right. Follow up from council, please, beginning with the state.
No follow-up, Your Honor. I think given that information, the state would challenge this juror for hardship.
All right, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, I would agree that this is a hardship.
All right, juror 1535, if you're in that kind of an employment situation, given the length of this trial, I do believe that would create a hardship for you to be out of work that long. So the court will grant the state's request without objection to strike 1535 on the basis of a hardship. Thank you for returning this morning, and thank you for filling out your questionnaire last week. You can submit that questionnaire, please, to the bailiff on your way out, and you are excused from jury service.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Apologies for being a little out of order here, but we'll next talk to, I believe, 1541 also. Okay,
The only concern I have is that I'm a team of 3 and we are just hiring a new administrator and a temp, and I have a coworker that's going out for surgery. So my hardship would be my team at work for that long period. And she has surgery on April 18th, be out for about 3 weeks. And we'll be training a new administrator and a temp, training a temp on April 8th.
okay, and again, without going into detail here, your employer is the county, correct?
Ada County Highway District.
Okay. And could you repeat, please, the information that's beyond the employment concerns?
My team is considered of 3 of us, and our administrator left us. We're hiring one. Hopefully we'll find out the new administrator at the end of this week. My coworker, the other procurement contracting technician, had to have a back surgery on April 19th. She'll be out for 3 weeks. We are hiring a temporary employee to help and assist us, and she starts April 8th. So they'll be really shorthanded if I'm here between those 8 to 10 weeks.
All right, let me ask for any follow-up or dire from the state.
Your Honor, given that information, the state does not have any additional questions. We would actually make a challenge to this juror based on hardship, given the information she provided.
All right, Mr. Pryor, response from the defense.
And Judge, I know it's not relevant because she probably won't be on jury service before that, but I understand her stepdaughter has a graduation Friday as well.
Oh, yes, that is correct.
That-
Yes, that is correct. And it's
That's
in
right.
Twin Falls in the morning
So
as
Judge,
well.
given that, I think it's appropriate to excuse her.
All right, considering the request for an excusal for hardship and a motion to strike made by the state without objection, the court will grant the request, and juror 1541, you're excused from service. Please leave your questionnaire with the bailiff. Thank you for taking the time to complete your questionnaire. Let's next go to juror 1585. So I know in your questionnaire, you did raise some concerns, but also didn't think it would be a hardship. If you'd like to explain why sitting here today, you believe it's a hardship, you can do that.
So previously I didn't think it would be a hardship, to be here because I thought I could finish my semester online. But my instructors let me know that that wouldn't be possible. I'm a full-time college student and I would like to finish this semester, so I only have one more to go. And, obviously being here would delay that and put me through school for another semester, so.
Okay, where are you in terms of progress through you're currently in a semester right now?
Yes,
And when is that scheduled to be done?
beginning of next.
All right, if you were out for these 10 weeks, then you would essentially lose the semester. All right, any follow-up questions from the state?
No, Your Honor, we also had a note here to follow up on that hardship. I think given that additional information, the state would make a motion to remove this juror for cause based on hardship.
All right, response from the defense?
And Judge, in addition, if I'm not mistaken, she also, and I'm not trying to expose information, you have a 7-year-old son, from what I understand.
3,
I'm
Yes.
sorry?
yeah, 3 years.
Oh, it's a 3-year-old? Oh, I'm sorry. That more, I guess, more of the case. So not only does she have her education that she has to be concerned about, also having to, I was under the impression it was a 7-year-old. My memory must not be just that odd. A 3-year-old son, so I would just move for hardship as well, Judge.
All right, I've considered that. Noting in the questionnaire, it wasn't initially listed as a hardship, but I guess upon further consideration, the jurors thought about that and the prospect of losing a whole semester of school, in addition to these other issues brought up without objection from either side, the court would agree, juror 1588, that would constitute a hardship. So thank you for coming in and filling out your questionnaire. You can be excused with thanks to the court. Let's next talk to juror 1198. Okay, you did list some information in your questionnaire about the hardship. If you'd like to explain what information you have in addition.
I've started a job recently in the last few weeks. I guess twofold concerns. So just recently starting a job, I only have access to the person who I am replacing for just a few weeks. So just concerned that a lot of the knowledge that I should be learning will leave with the person that I'm replacing. So that's the first concern. Speaking with HR at my company, I'm only compensated for 2 weeks of jury service, and I am a sole parent. 4 kids.
All right, follow up from the state.
Your Honor, the state also had a note to follow up on that hardship and specifically what he'd indicated. I believe there was also an indication of a soccer tournament in May, a triathlon in April.
I have since not done a triathlon, but yes, I have 2 children doing so.
Is that still a concern for you as well?
Yes, because I believe there will be some Fridays.
Your Honor, I think given the work hardship as well as the obligations to the family hardship, the state would make a motion to remove this juror for cause based on hardship.
All right, request or response from the defense.
Judge, I would have also moved for excusal based on hardship also.
All right, the court's considered that with the explanation from this juror that may only receive pay for a 2-week period, and given the length of the trial and that he's a sole provider of income for the family, the court does find that there's been an expressed hardship requiring your excusal. So juror 1198, thank you for coming in and completing your questionnaire. You can be excused.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Juror number 1242. In your questionnaire, you didn't list any type of hardship. Can you explain?
Yes, Your Honor, I think when I had taken the test, I didn't really fully realize the implications of the time involved. As well, I've got two concerns. Number one is the hardship of work. I did have a chance to speak with my HR department, and although they grant me the time off to attend and participate in the jury, I would receive no compensation. 8 to 10 weeks of jury duty would cost me in excess of $25,000 in income. I'm 63, single, and that would have a high impact on both my potential retirement as well as my personal savings. My second concern is that last year in June, I was diagnosed with systemic lupus erythematosus, which is an autoimmune disorder. And part of the circumstances of that disease is that they have certain triggers and things like that that cause flare-ups. Flare-ups during lupus can result in hair loss, full body rashes, extreme fatigue and nausea, inability to participate pretty much in anything. And so my concern with that is that I believe that the stress and the anxiety that I've experienced in this involvement in this case would potentially impact my disease, and that could make me unable to participate at all. I could a bad day for me could last 3 to 5 to 7 days. Since my diagnosis last June, I've had 3 flare-ups. The first one lasted over 2 months. That's the first time I lost all my hair and such like that. Second one was in October and November of last year, and the last one I experienced was in February of this year, and that was about a 5 to 7 day stint. It's something that I have no control over, and I manage my diet and my lifestyle to avoid stressful situations. I also have to avoid sunlight and heat and exhaustion. And so between the loss of the income, I am a sole provider in my house. I don't have a family, but at this time I also have an elderly dog who's been diagnosed with in large part, and she is on her last, probably her last year with the family. She requires medication 2 times a day. And so I basically am the sole care provider for her. I work from home because of what my disease now. Had I needed to report to an office, I would need to go onto disability because I'm just too inconsistent. I approached my doctor on Monday to write a letter to the court explaining my circumstances. And unfortunately, I was not able to get that this morning. They were not open on my way in. But I would be happy to provide that written doctor's notice to you regarding my disease, as well as a hardship of my loss of income.
All right, Juror 1242, thank you for the explanation. Does the state have any follow-up for Dart?
No, Your Honor, I think given all the information provided, the state would make a motion to have this juror removed for cause based on hardship.
All right, response from the defense?
I also move for exclusion of cause.
All right, thank you. Juror 1242, for the reasons you've explained on the record, the court does find that would constitute a hardship of service for both the medical issue as well as financial. Court will excuse you from service. Thank you for coming in and completing your questionnaire.
Thank you, John.
You're welcome. Oh, we have a card going up on juror 1204.
I would like to add my number as possible hardship, as I did enter information on the question about possible hardship.
Okay, we'll come back to you then in a moment. Let's talk to juror 1332 next.
Something what you- Does he have a question?
Yeah, I'm looking at your questionnaire, juror 1332. You filled out on that part of the questionnaire and did talk about a potential hardship here. Would you like to explain that to the court this time?
Well, my hardship is basically my husband. He's a sole income for our family. We live here together. We don't know anybody and he works in the middle of nowhere. He's on a specific diet and I have to prepare and pack all of his food for however long he's gonna be gone. And he works on somewhat of a fireman's schedule. When the machine breaks, he has to go. So it gives us not much time and it's kind of like being always on call.
All right, if you were able to be home each day late in the afternoon, would that give you adequate time to help prepare those meals for your husband?
You know, it's not something I can say definitely because he could get a call at 9 o'clock at night. He could get a call at 6 o'clock in the morning. He could get a call anytime. He doesn't only work in Idaho. He works in Oregon, Washington, Nevada, and California and Idaho. And travels through the whole Pacific Northwest on giant, and he works on giant inverter machines that transfer power to the utilities. And they're not happy when their machines go down, but other than the 2 plants he takes care of in Idaho, all the other plants are 6 hours at least one way.
All right, during the course of the trial, do you think there's a way that if you were unavailable to prepare his meals, he might be able to prepare some of those meals on his
No, he
own?
would take whatever's in the refrigerator, throw it in his lunch pack, and who knows, you know, because he's in the middle of nowhere where he's working, he can't just hop in the car, or it's time for lunch, you know, go to town and get a sandwich, like, he's on a special diet and he can't eat out. So he gets really sick when he does. And I work really hard to keep him healthy and keep us going. And, you know, he's older now and it would be nice if he could really retire when he turns 65, but that's not the case anymore.
All right, any follow-up, Board Darrell, from the state,
I have no follow-up, Your Honor, thank you.
from the defense?
And ma'am, from what I understand, and again, I'm going off memory, but 41 years of marriage. So
Coming up on 42,
Yeah,
we've
please-
been together almost 45.
please
So
forgive me, we're not disclosing we're about the same age, and this has been a lifelong partner.
our whole adult life.
And one of the concerns is also in the event that you're sequestered, and you understand what that means, locked up and having to consider something.
Couldn't handle it. Couldn't handle it.
You basically have been inseparable for 41 years.
Absolutely.
And not only would that cause you a distraction and not be able to process what needs to be processed in this case.
Absolutely.
Would there be a concern? I don't even have to ask. I guess there would be a great concern about how your husband was doing it.
Absolutely.
And that would be a significant distraction.
Absolutely.
Given that, Judge, I'm going to move for cause to have this juror excused. I think this is a significant hardship.
All right, I've considered the hardship expressed with juror 1332. I'll grant the strike from both parties here. So 1332, you're excused. Thank you for filling out your questionnaire and coming in. Level 4. I believe you also had something you wanted to discuss. Is that correct?
I just have a family vacation, June 15th, which I think it's thought, I know the time frame, depending on when the trial starts.
All right, I'll defer more to counsel. They are the ones that would know best on trial length. It's my understanding we should be done by June 15th, but if the state has any follow-up to address any concerns about that time frame on this June 15th vacation, we can follow up with that juror 1204.
Is this trip, if I can ask, is it paid for, pre-planned?
Pre-plan, it's paid for.
And would you be able to get any, money back if you weren't able to? Right now, at least the trial is set to be, I think what was advised is an 8 to 10 week trial. So that shouldn't put you into that time frame. Do you have concerns sitting here today if it is close to that 10-week timeline even?
March out. Straight up.
Okay, the state has no additional questions at this time.
Any further voir dire from the defense?
I'm not anticipating going to June 15. I guess what I'm concerned about is what if we do? I don't think so. I don't want to speculate, but by the same token, Judge, I'm concerned about the distraction, and that would be distraction if you were still doing this on the 13th or 14th. That'd be fair. And then that's what, then you just answered my question, which is, if, for instance, we stop and then there's deliberations, we start on the 13th, you're going to be highly motivated to be done by the 15th, aren't you? Like, Judge, and please, sir, don't take this personally. We're just all trying to be fair. So, Judge, I think given that, I think I'm going to move for cause with this.
All right, response from the state.
Judge, the state would just submit on the information provided to the court.
All right, the court is at this point going to overrule the challenge for cause on 1204. We have to try to fit in this trial around everyone's schedules, including jurors, and I'm in good faith going to tell you I do believe the trial will be done not to interfere with that schedule. We can't all predict the future with certainty, so we're trying our best to move things along, and from what I see so far, it does seem to be moving along on schedule. So, Juror 1204, appreciate your concern. We're going to have you remain in the jury pool for further consideration. We go through another step of peremptory challenges after this. So, with that, the court will allow 1204 to return for peremptory challenges. Thank you. All right, the next question we're going to go through would be on knowledge of the case. And several of you, I'm sure, in reviewing your questionnaires have indicated you do have some information or knowledge about this case. If you do have any information or knowledge other than what you've learned since you've been summoned as jurors in this case, would you please raise your red card? Okay, none of you have heard anything about the case other than what was told to you in court when you got here last week? Okay, thank you. Let me next discuss the subject matter of the case. This case involves charges the state's filed, including charges of murder, conspiracy, and insurance fraud. Is there anything about those charges and the nature of those charges that you think would make it impossible or difficult for you to fairly and objectively evaluate the evidence in this case and render a fair and impartial verdict?
Your Honor.
Okay, no one answered affirmatively. I'll next ask some questions that seem like they might be very obvious, but I'm required to ask them pursuant to some Idaho statutes and law. Are any of you related by blood or marriage to the defendant or know him from any kind of business or social relationship? Okay, no one answered affirmatively. Do any of you have any kind of legal relationship with some of those involved in the court here. So does the relationship of guardian and ward, master and servant, employer and employee, creditor and debtor, landlord and tenant, boarder or lodger exist between any of you and any of the attorneys involved here? Okay, everyone answered no. Are any of you a party in any kind of civil litigation or lawsuit against the defendant, Mr. Daybell?
No.
All answered no. Have any of you ever brought a criminal complaint against the defendant or been accused by any of the prosecutors here of any crime? All right, everyone answered no. Do any of you have any kind of attorney-client relationship or previous attorney-client relationship with Mr. Pryor or his law firm? Okay, all answered no. Do any of you have any kind of a relationship by blood or marriage to any of the lawyers, or do you know any of the lawyers from any kind of professional, business, or social relationship?
No.
All right, everyone answered no. Have any of you ever formed or expressed an unqualified opinion that the defendant is guilty or not guilty of any of the charges in this case? And if you do answer yes to that, we'll talk to you individually. Have any of you formed an opinion already about this case?
No.
All right, all answered no. Do any of you have any bias or prejudice for any reason, either for or against the defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, in this case?
No.
Everyone answered no. Are there any of you here that would be unwilling to follow the court's instructions to you as the jury?
No.
Everyone answered no to that. Do you have a religious or moral position that would make it impossible for you to sit in judgment of another or to render a fair and impartial verdict in this case?
No.
Okay, everyone answered no there. Would any of you be unwilling or unable to render a fair and impartial verdict based upon the evidence presented in this courtroom and the laws instructed by the court?
No.
Okay, everyone answered no there. One final question I call the catch-all question. Do any of you have any other reason you haven't discussed here already why you could not give this case your undivided attention and render a fair and impartial verdict? All right, everyone answered no to that. With that, that will conclude the court's voir dire examination. I'll next let the state proceed with their voir dire. After that, the defense may. Who's going to be conducting voir dire?
I will be, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Blake, you can commence.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being back with us this morning. I know this process has been long. You all had to come in last week and fill out a questionnaire, so we appreciate you sticking with us through this. As you may know, we want to just be thorough as we're selecting a jury. Both the defendant, Chad Daybell, and the state of Idaho have the right to a fair trial. So we're going to ask you some questions today. None of them are meant to offend. I don't really want to put anyone in a hot seat, but I will be asking some of you questions and I will be asking for responses. So I just want you to know why we're doing that. If I were to use the term brutal honesty, I'm going to ask some people what comes to mind. Juror 1392, if you hear the term brutal honesty, what do you think of? So just telling the truth, saying it how it is that fair? Okay, and juror 1379, same question.
I think I would agree, just honesty without that fear of consequence, just being honest regardless of what the consequence might be.
And would you all agree that it can also mean not holding back, not trying to spare someone's feelings? Would everyone agree with that? And the reason I bring that up is we're going to ask you to commit to being honest or brutally honest, both today as we go through these questions with you, and also at some point, if you're selected as a juror, you're going to go back once you're instructed by the judge and start deliberating with each other. And we want to ensure that anyone serving on the jury can be brutally honest, both here today and further into the process. And we all may know someone that we feel like we can go to get just the honest, how it is answer. So for me, I had my first niece, I found out when she was pretty young, she wouldn't filter her answers. So if I really wanted to know how something looked or how I was looking that day, I could go to her and she did not hold back. And so I don't know if some of you have someone like that in your life, but that's what we're asking for today. Don't hold back. Just tell us how it is. You've also heard from the judge what the charges are in this case. We have multiple counts of conspiracy to commit murder, and we also have multiple counts of first-degree murder. You had a question on your questionnaire regarding seeing graphic images. This case does involve the murder of 2 children, as well as a mother of 5. There will be some images shown, most likely. Does anyone here have concerns if they were to see images that are graphic in nature, maybe unpleasant to look at? That, and you're 1365. I think you have some children, they're older now. Does it cause you any concern of the idea of looking at images of maybe children that are graphic?
No, if it's in a court-related environment and you have to do that, and if it's going to allow more truth to come out and the facts to come out.
Thank you. And you're 1320. I think you also have children. Looks like they're adult children now.
Yes.
Does that cause you any concern, the idea of looking at images of children that may be graphic?
No, as long as it goes towards facts of the case.
And do you feel that you could look at those images and give them the weight you feel they're due in relation to other evidence presented in the case?
Yes.
Thank you. Has everyone here been on a plane before?
Yes.
When you get on the plane, you get the instruction at some point, they say, sit back, lay back, enjoy your flight. We're going to arrive at our destination at such and such time. If instead you got on a plane and the pilot came on and said, hey, I'm going to try to land the plane. I think we'll get there at this time and I'll do my best to land. Would any of you feel comfortable staying on that plane?
No.
I'm seeing that shaking of the heads, and you're 1389. I saw you shake your head no. Would you want to stay on that plane? And why wouldn't you want to stay on that plane?
Experience a pilot has to have in order to fly an airplane. If he can't even make a guess as to when he's going to get in the air, he put both wheels down on the ground again. Sorry, what else is he going to make a mistake on?
Thank you for that. And you're 1358. How about you?
Would be my first choice. But as you mentioned, he should have, or she should have some idea of when they will land, how to land. So no, I'm not.
And the reason I ask that is because, again, when we talk about the trial and the right to a fair trial, we want to make sure that the jurors selected can land the plane. We want to make sure that the jurors can commit to being impartial, to weighing the evidence and rendering a verdict that they believe is the correct verdict. Does everyone here feel like they could commit to that?
Yes.
Thank you. So I have a little boy, and in the mornings when he gets up, if I ask him what he wants for breakfast, 9 times out of 10, it's cheesy eggs. But there's a very specific way he wants me to make his cheesy eggs. There's a recipe I'm supposed to follow. So that recipe includes milk and eggs and cheese and salt and pepper. Sometimes he likes them a little extra cheesy too, so we got to throw that in. But he doesn't want me to vary that recipe. Have any of you had that experience, whether with a kid or someone else, that maybe there's a recipe and they like it done just so? Juror 823, have you ever had that experience?
Yes, someone.
Somewhat, okay. And juror 1204, have you had an experience like that?
Not to that extent.
Do you have kids? Are there any specific ways they like their food made or cut up or that they used to? They're pretty easygoing. Okay. And your 1251, how about you?
I'm okay with deviating from the recipe.
Okay. If you were given a recipe and told this is how you have to do it though. So, and what I'm talking about is the judge is going to give you some jury instructions, and those instructions are going to say how you have to handle this case. And he's going to give you an instruction that includes the elements of each offense that the state would have to prove. And there's going to be specific elements or ingredients. So you may look at them and think, well, and kind of like a recipe, you may think, well, if you added this or if you took this away, I think it would be better. But in the courtroom, you wouldn't be able to do that. Could everyone here commit that even if there was something that you wanted to see and you wish was an element or an element that you didn't think should be there, can everyone commit that you would actually follow exactly as that recipe or instructions written out?
Yes.
Does anyone have concerns with that? And with that, one of the things is when we get to the crime of homicide, does anyone have concerns that if it reads an actor did something that caused the death of another person, but the actual cause of death is not an element? Meaning if it is the state has to prove that a murder occurred, but one of the elements isn't the cause, does anyone have concerns with that, with following that instruction? Thank you. So today, as you headed to court, if the sky had started to turn gray, and then you got into the courthouse and we closed all those windows and we closed the blinds, and when you went outside, it was wet, your car was wet, the grass was wet, the pavement's wet, you start driving home, everything's wet along your drive, are you going to be able to determine what happened?
Yeah.
And your 823, what would you determine had happened? And your 142, how about you?
4.
Oh, sorry, 1424, I apologize, yes.
Yeah. Some type of presentation.
And you didn't have to see it rain to make that determination, correct? So in this case, you'll hear different types of evidence, and some of the evidence you'll hear referred to as circumstantial. Does anyone have concerns that with the type of evidence presented, you would have concerns weighing that and giving the weight it's due? Do we have any football fans? I see some people nodding their heads. Juror 1358. I think the Kansas City Chiefs won this year. Does that sound right? And even though it may be unfortunate, would you agree that everyone on that team should get a ring? So even though the quarterback may have played a bigger role, would you agree the punter should still get a ring? And the coach? So all those involved in that victory should get the ring. So you'll get instructions in this case, and again, kind of talking about that recipe that will say what the elements of each crime are. And it may include elements of aiding and abetting, commanding another, being involved that way. Does anyone have any concerns in following those instructions? And the judge gave you a bit of an instruction on, and it involved other co-conspirators or other individuals involved. And he's instructed you, you're not to concern yourselves with anything that's happened to them or cases. But in this trial, you may hear evidence or testimony regarding what those co-conspirators did and actions they took. In a conspiracy, if the state proves to you that there was an agreement to commit a crime, and then an additional element would be, and then one of the persons involved in that agreement took some action to further that plan to commit the crime. Does anyone have concerns if person B is the one that went out and committed an overt act or some act in furtherance, but the crime itself is the agreement to commit that crime? Does anyone have concerns holding person A still accountable? if you're following that recipe and that instruction. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Mr. Pryor, board dire for the defense.
Judge, would the court prefer to take a break or would you rather?
Let's go ahead and move forward at this point, given the time.
Ladies and gentlemen, I introduced myself before. I'm John Pryor. I'm the attorney for Mr. Daybell. And we're going to have to ask, some questions. And I don't want any of you, please, to imply that Chad is guilty of anything, because I'm going into areas of concern, and it's just part of the process. What we're really trying to do is to get your feelings and your honest feelings about a variety of subjects. And the reason we do that is because this is an important case. It's a serious charge against Chad. And we need to get as much information about your opinions about bias, about knowledge of different topics, about how you feel. And in order to do that, we're given a very short window of time to do that. Ms. Blake asked you to be brutally honest. I'm just going to ask you to just answer the questions as best you can. I'm going to ask you to tell me how you really feel, and remember that there really isn't any wrong answer. All of us think differently. If I were to poll you on an important issue, I would imagine if there were several ways to answer it, we'd get several answers. And not everybody answers things the same way. And what's more important than anything else, each and every one of you have a very important idea and perception of how you feel about different issues. And that's what we're really after. So when I ask you questions, again, I can promise you if you ask me questions, I'd probably have different answers, and all four of us here, the four prosecutors here and myself, would probably have 5 different answers. So again, there's no wrong answer. I've spoken to some of the other jurors before, and I talked about a story how when I was a young man and I wore smaller clothes, how I was on jury service. And the lawyer at that time asked the jurors, is there anyone who just really doesn't want to be here? Now, I struggle with that because as a citizen and having been raised by an absolutely wonderful mother, an amazing father who taught me the importance of doing your constitutional duty and your civic duty, and that we live in what I think is the greatest country in the world, that you don't shirk that duty. But he also said, and I remember this, and I've continued to do this for the almost 30 years I've been practicing law. And I ask all the jurors this. I do that because all of us have a lot of things going on in our life. All of us have had issues, and some things are important. Previous juror has a dog, and that's a very big concern. Some people who are dog lovers, that's a really big concern, and it's very important. Some of you have other concerns. Some of you are in the military service and having to focus on our military and protecting our country. Others have jobs where you're an accountant and you have responsibilities and potential hardships because tax season's coming up. And that's a concern. All of us have concerns. Some of us just don't want to deal with this because they find this very difficult. So I want to ask you, and I'm going to ask you to start off by just please tell me, and please be completely honest with me. This is our opportunity to share information and to kind of get an idea where all of you stand. So is there anybody who just doesn't want to do this? Just feels like, you know what, this is too much for me, or I have so much going on in my personal life that I just can't do this. And I would please ask you to be honest about that. Anybody at all? No? Okay. Now you've heard the charges against Chad. And you'd heard the judge read the charges against Chad. And the prosecutors talked a little bit about elements, about a recipe, and I'll get to the the recipe part of this. But is there anybody, having heard the charges, immediately assumed that Chad was guilty because this judge read charges? No. Thank you. Thank you. Does everybody agree with that? No? Okay. All right. Okay. Is there anybody here who believes that Chad should have to testify in order to prove that he's innocent? No. Okay. No? Okay. Does everybody understand? And I'm going to ask you to get a little bit of exercise and raise your cards on this one. Does everybody understand that if Chad and I decide to, we don't have to put on a single piece of evidence? Does everybody understand that?
Yes.
And I'll try to limit the raising of cards. Thank you, folks. And does everybody understand that the prosecuting attorney must prove this case? And that if they don't prove the case, the verdict from you folks has to be not guilty. Do all of you understand that?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. That's okay. Okay. I want to go into a couple of, well, before I start that, I guess I'll go back a little bit. Again, if Chad decides not to testify, is there anybody here who's going to think that he's guilty because he chose not to testify? No. All right, thank you. Nobody? Okay. Now, I want to talk a little bit about bias. Does everybody understand what bias is? And would everybody agree that bias is you have an opinion about something, whether it's based on fact or truth, but you have an opinion about somebody and it may influence your judgment? Would everybody agree that? And I brought my mother up a couple of times and I'm going to bring her up again. Just a tremendous influence in my life. When I was a very young man, and please don't hold this against me, anybody, please, but I'm a transplant to the state of Idaho. I'm not quite born and raised here, but I've got 30 years in, so I feel like I've spent enough time in my life that I consider myself a true Idahoan. I was born in the early part of my life was in the back east. And I lived in a neighborhood. And my mother's very best friend had a very close friend. And they didn't share the same beliefs, faith beliefs. And one day I was sitting there with my mother and it was a very hot day in back east. Back east it gets incredibly warm. And this person at the time, and my mother was probably 40 years of age, and they were sitting there in the backyard. And I looked over at her best friend, and on her right arm were numbers. And there were about 5 numbers. And they had been tattooed on. So I asked her, why do you have numbers tattooed? And she said to me, well, I lived in Germany for a little while. And I stayed at a camp called Auschwitz. And I was surprised because I couldn't understand as a 7-year-old how someone would tattoo someone an arm and put numbers on there. And that was a good lesson for me because what it showed is that there are people who have feelings so strong that they would engage in that kind of conduct. And I can assure you, you can't count the number of people who have had that done to them anymore because most of them aren't here anymore. But that had a profound impact on me, and it was the best example of what bias was. And I want to ask you folks, is there anybody here who feels that you should judge somebody just because they may have different beliefs than you do? Please raise your cards. This is important. No.
Saying no or saying yes?
If you say no, raise your cards. Okay, unanimous. Thank you. Do all of you understand that it's important not to judge somebody because of their beliefs? Okay. Do all of you know that we all may have different beliefs? That we all may believe some things that are different? Do all of you agree that regardless of how unusual or how unrealistic those beliefs are, we have to respect people for their beliefs? Would everybody agree that? And that we can't judge someone just because they may have unusual or beliefs that we just don't find realistic. Would everybody agree? And would everybody agree that you're not going to judge a person just because they may not conform to what you think is normal or average or standard beliefs about a various topics? Would that be fair to ask that of you of that? Thank you. I'm going to move on a little bit. Have any of you watched any video, audio, programming regarding this case or anything associated with this case? No. Not read any newspapers about it? Yes, I have. You have? Would you talk to me a little bit about that?
So, Mr. Pryor, if we're gonna go into detail here, I'd like to do that individually.
Okay, all right, thank you, Judge. Then I'll move on.
And which juror was that, though?
That was 1242, I think.
Okay.
1424, forgive me. Now, I'm going to give you an expression. And I want to know if anybody can give me an explanation. And if you can, and you want to, raise your card and I'll ask you individually. I listen to all kinds of music. I try to be open-minded about that, but I love country music. And that was developed because when I moved here, that seems to be a natural, maybe the way we live, at least from where I live anyway. And there's a really great song that I love, and when I listen to it, it always moves me a little bit. And the song is from a guy named Dan Seals. I don't think he's alive anymore, but he wrote a wonderful song, and it says, "Everything that glitters is not gold." Is there anybody who doesn't understand what that means? Is there anybody who understands what that means? Raise your cards if you understand what that means. Okay. And I'm going to pick on 1389. So why don't you talk to me a little bit about what you think it means when you say everything that glitters is not gold?
In the physical world, there are a lot of things that can glitter. For example, light striking off a crystal.
Okay.
Glitter off a crystal with a diamond. Any other reflective surface, so it stands to reason that it's not going to be gold no matter what.
Okay. Okay. And I'm going to go to 1379 because you've got the biggest, finest smile I've seen for at least 2 or 3 days. And it's refreshing to see someone smile like that. So talk to me because I think you're thinking about something else.
No, I loved the very definite
right
description he gave. I mean, I was thinking more in not quite such a literal sense that
Okay,
just because something is shiny and sparkly doesn't mean it's necessarily valuable or gold-like. So
does anybody look at that? Because the song really goes back to talking about relationships. And juror number 1365, boy, was that a strong nod. And I'm not going to get into your past or your history or whether you've been in the situation where something was glittery but it wasn't gold. But you talk to me a little bit about that.
I look at it more, I guess I think of like the perfectly dressed couple and they're in the perfect house and you think, my gosh, they're making all this money and then you find out that just because it's on the surface, that deep down inside, it doesn't mean that it's glittery on the outside, but everyone always has issues on the inside somewhere.
Right. And sometimes you may be tricked into believing that something is gold when it's just glitter. Or like in our city of Idaho City. And there's and we'll go, in fact, I'm going to jump to 1378. Where am I going with this?
All the fools closets up there.
Right.
Yeah.
And we have a wonderful ski resort called Bogus Basin, right? And we all try to enjoy that when we can. Getting to the end, I think that we've got about another week or two, probably.
Yeah.
But that is where they believed that there was gold up there. So when you evaluate information and look at information, it's important that we really decide, is there really gold here or is it just glitter? Would everybody agree that we should be doing that? And I'm gonna move over to juror number 1392, because you haven't had a lot of reaction. You had a couple of things. What are your thoughts on this? Everything is glitter is not gold.
I just take it that you can't judge a book by its cover.
Right. But all of us struggle with that. Would you agree with that? All of us have been in situations, whether it's a personal relationship, or whether it's a business relationship, or whether it's any kind of relationship, and we have to gauge somebody. And would everybody agree that we've made mistakes in terms of judging people who we thought may be gold, but reality is they may be glitter? Would everybody agree with that? Yeah. Okay. And sometimes it's too late, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, we're here today, and you know that you're supposed to, part of your job as jurors, if you're selected, is to evaluate the evidence and make a determination. And with respect to Ms. Blake, she talked about a recipe. But when you're looking at things and trying to make a decision, in the important decisions in your life, is there always a recipe to follow? And that's 1358. And I want you to talk about that.
Very few things have recipes. She mentioned a cooking recipe. Those
Right.
have to be a little more exact, especially if you're baking. But I'm gonna count my trick. I have rules I have to follow. I have yet to find a situation that falls with those. Everything is in the gray area. So, yes, recipes are black and white, but I do believe there's a lot of gray.
Right, and then I am dumbfounded how we got two accountants next to each other. With all the people here, we have two accountants. Are you folks gonna be okay sitting next to each other? No, I'm trying to be a little, probably not much. But you're right, there's a lot of gray area in major decisions that we make, right? And we just don't check off boxes before we make a major decision about something that's extremely important to us. Does anybody do that? Raise your hands if you check off boxes and follow a recipe before you make a major decision. None of you. Okay. Do all of you take some time and balance things and look at things before you really make a major decision in your life? Is that what most of you do? Raise your hand if that's what most of you do. Or all of you do that. Okay. Now, Ms. Blake also talked about, she talked about the plane situation. And one of the jurors, and I think it was 1392, where are you, 1392? Oh, back there again. I'm gonna pick on you again. All right, are you okay with that? Good. And I think I'm gonna move to 1424 in a minute because he's sitting there very quietly. We'll get to you in a minute, but 1392, Ms. Blake talked about a plane and that you were gonna make think really twice before you get on a plane if you're not sure it's going to land, right? But if you're thinking about whether a plane is going to land or not, it's kind of a guess, right? And another word for guess is a word called speculation. Do you understand what that word means? I try not to use big words because I'm not that bright. Okay, and I try to use simple words and talk very simply because a lot of times, would everybody agree that a guess and speculation are pretty much the same thing? Raise your hand if that's what you believe. Not everybody, oh, looks like it, except for number 12. Oh, you did, okay, thank you. So when you're making a major decision in your life and you're trying to determine which direction you're going to go, is it a good idea to speculate about things? Ever? Raise your hand if you think it's a good idea to speculate when you're making a major decision in your life. You do? Okay, all right. And again, there's no, thank you, 1251. There's no wrong answer. So talk to me a little bit about when you speculated making a major decision.
I've had to make major decisions without having all the information.
Okay.
So I'm just thinking through how to go.
Okay. So you've done that. So if you've been given all of the information and you're told this is the information that you have, And that you have to make the decision based on all the information that you have. And that's the information you have to use to make your decision. Do you think it's a good idea to speculate about other things that, well, may affect it or may not affect it? Or you make that decision if you've been told you're only allowed to follow what's been provided to you? Is that fair to speculate in that situation? Anybody? If you think yes, please raise your hands. Thank you. I'm going to go into 2 more areas and then I'm done, I promise, okay? And I'm going to go to 1424 this time. The prosecuting attorney, he was Ms. Blake today, talked about graphic pictures and seeing graphic pictures. And in the context of the media and these folks who, you know, put things out on the media, would you agree with me that sometimes the media portrays images to get a reaction? Does anybody disagree with that? Does everybody agree that the media tries to sensationalize things to try to get you to get a reaction and to think something in a certain way? Is there anybody who disagrees? Raise your hand if you disagree with that. Nobody. So when you're showing these sensationalized pictures, the instinct is to react to them. And the instinct is to feel affected and to move in a certain way to do that, like in the media. Would everybody agree with that? You don't have to raise your cards, just nod your hand if everybody would agree with that. Trying to elicit a reaction. So you're going to see very graphic pictures. And I told the folks yesterday that these pictures are going to hurt your heart. They're going to hurt your heart. And there's no way you're not going to have a reaction to these pictures. It's not possible if you have a heart. But what I'm asking for you folks to do is to look at the pictures and view the evidence, but don't allow it to sensationalize. Take the evidence as it is. But does anybody think it's fair that because these pictures are graphic, that you should automatically presume that Chad is guilty because of these pictures? Does anybody believe that by looking at graphic pictures, you should automatically presume that Chad is guilty? Does anybody believe that? No. Okay. And all of you can promise me, if there's anybody who can, please raise your hand. Please raise your hand. Can all of you agree that when you look at these graphic pictures, that you're not going to immediately presume that Chad is guilty because of these pictures are just so heart-wrenchingly graphic? Could everybody agree with that, please? Yes. Thank you. And this is the last topic, and I promise it's the last topic. I want to talk about people and honesty and how you judge honesty. I'd like to see if there's anybody here, and I'm going to put my hand down because I don't apply to this. Is there anybody here who's been honest 100% of the time in their entire life? Raise your hand if you've been honest 100% of the time in your entire life. I'm gonna hold my hand up. I'm sorry, you had a reaction. I'm gonna get to you now. You just prompted somebody back there too. I'm gonna start with 1320 because you had a big smile and I haven't had a chance to talk. We haven't had a chance to talk yet. Right, so what kind of instances do you run into? You find that someone has not been honest. What are the scenarios when you find people are dishonest? Business relationships, have you run into that? Yes. Where you're dealing with someone in business and they don't necessarily are honest. Personal relationships. Yes. Anybody been in personal relationships where people have not been necessarily honest? All of us, maybe most of us. Okay. And we're going to go back to juror number 823 because you had a reaction. I think it's from the gentleman by. Talk to me about your views on honesty.
I think most people try to be as honest as they can be. But sometimes people are a little more dishonest with their feelings or to get away with,
Get away with something,
yes.
or if they're trying to stop you from finding something out about them. Or if a guy says, honey, I was working late last night, and when in fact he was at a tavern with a beautiful young lady having a cocktail, he's not going to admit that, right? And people tend to be dishonest if they're maybe doing something in a personal capacity that they shouldn't be doing. Would you find that people are in that situation would have a tendency not to be honest about everything, to cover it up?
Tendency to, yes.
Okay, anybody disagree with that? Okay, we're gonna go back to 1378 because you're the one who caused 823 to have the reaction. So talk to me a little bit about honesty.
So I recently bought a car and it was a used car from dealership.
Okay.
And someone, before they traded in the car, figured out some codes in the system, get a better trade value. Luckily, the dealership was working with me and taking care of those issues. They were not cheap issues. And I just think it's awesome that the dealership's being good to me, but I'm not very grateful I don't have my car, but I were good loaners, so I'm happy.
But you think that people maybe, or instances, whether it's a business or people, if they're trying to protect something, and it could be something very simple, they'll be dishonest, right? We talk about people who have financial hardships. Juror number 1365. The couple shows up with the fancy suits and the sports cars and all the big house and all the other stuff, and then we find out that they don't have better watch my expression, right? They don't have a you know what in. And that's in a sense is dishonesty as well, right? But that's a simple thing. They don't want to be embarrassed, or they don't want someone to find out about it, so they may not be truthful about situations. And that may be a small white lie, it may be a big white lie, but it's because sometimes they're embarrassed about it, right? And that's why people lie as well. And then I'm going to go to 1379 because you keep smiling again and you're catching my attention with that smile. So please don't stop. So let's talk a little bit about honesty and what your thoughts are on that.
Well, it's a big topic. I think I agree with what's been said, though. I think most people do tend to try to be honest, but there are situations where maybe, budgeting the truth, I think there's very sensitive feelings or that type of thing. So
Not being discovered about something they may be doing that they shouldn't be doing.
right, or very codes so they get a better deal, or maybe they're motivated by that. But I think generally people are motivated.
Okay. And lastly, I just want to thank. I understand how difficult all this is. And I understand how hard it is to sit there and have me pick you out and answer questions. I really appreciate it. I hope you understand the magnitude of how important it is that I've been given this opportunity. And the folks here, the prosecuting attorneys are given the point at the same time in court, because we need to be able to talk to you folks to get your feelings on a variety of subjects. So once again, thank you for bearing with me. Thank you for your time.
All right, that will conclude the defense for Dyer at this time. We're going to move on to some individual for Dyer with this group of jurors. This will be a logical point to take a mid-morning break. So we'll allow the jurors to be excused, and then we'll take a break for about 20 minutes or so. Come back in with our first juror for individual for Dyer questioning. All please rise for the jurors. All right,
Okay.
we'll take a break and return.
Okay, folks, will return as by itself.
Well, yeah. And that's something.
Hold on, I'm trying to change. Oh, okay.
I'd got rid of our avatar so we wouldn't. But you
Okay.
can
I'm
make
like,
your-
wait, where are we at? Let me go put that back on. Let's see.
Okay. All right.
Audio avatars. There we are.
All right.
Well, hello,
Okay.
everybody. I'm so glad y'all are here. Thank you, Donna and Trace and mods, the God Mod Squad, right, for taking the reins and everything. I had to go bring my baby to the hospital this morning. He had a most likely a ulcer that burst, so I'm just waiting to hear from him. It just sucks to, at least we know what it is, but it just sucks to be so helpless with the pain. I don't know what to do. I'm just like, okay, well, I'm right here, I hate that.
Oh
But
man.
oh my God, what sensational. Oh my God. Okay. Y'all, we
Yeah.
just
I
have
said
8 to 10 more weeks of both of them. And then we can just put them away and just out of sight, out of mind, never to have to entertain them again. Ooh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't know if Pryor's gonna go live in that house when it's over with, but I sure hope he goes and sits down someplace.
He needs to sit down. Sit down, sir. Yeah, no kidding. Oh my God. Oh my God. There's just so many things. And his I don't know what you call them, analogies, I guess, or whatever they're trying to get people to think through these things. The jurors, it's his are weird. They're just very inappropriate,
Yeah, he's
borderline.
pushing it to the limit. I mean, about the questions he's asking them and pushing them and pushing them, and I'm surprised. I bet the prosecutors over there just sitting on their hands waiting for. It's like, okay, we're fixing to object to your act. Well, self.
Hmm. I mean, it's I don't know. Some days, I mean, he's okay. Some days I overlook him, I don't know. And then some days I'm just like a lot of you here who are triggered by him, He is very triggering. I just want him to have that attitude with the other cult members or whatever, the other unnamed co-conspirators, if you will. I mean, that's I'm here for that all day, every day. I'm here for it.
I
But
think he's going to try to put it all on Lori, and I don't know how he's going to do it exactly.
I mean, but if you're gonna lie about cheating, oh my God, what the hell? What does that explain? The DNA of Tylee's being on his tools, and the kids being on his property, buried while his wife was alive, his real wife, as people say, and I love it. It's just like the gall of this guy, and then was gonna put the mobile home there. You know, um, I mean, I know that. Oh, just looking at all this stuff and listening to all just everything. And then knowing what we know better. It's just hard to think of all those things right at the moment. But just know, I know in my heart of hearts, I know deep down, and so did my parents. That's one thing. When this first happened back in 20, this is when the kids had been found. And so it's 2020 at this time. And, my parents came over and I went to go tell them how I just felt that they were going to be, we just didn't have to worry about them being convicted. I just knew. I didn't even entertain the thought. I just know that they're going to be put away. And that's just my gut feeling. And so before asking my mom, I was like, whoa, how do y'all feel? And she was like, oh no, she felt the same way as I did. So, I mean, it just kind of confirmed for me that, my gut feeling was pretty on point. And I hope it is. I mean, so far we're halfway there as far as this, so I just try to have confidence in that. I don't really too much entertain, whether they will find them guilty or not. I know they will. I mean, they'd have to be totally freaking detached and like ignorant if they didn't, because they're gonna see some pictures, and they're not pretty. And I mean, I could barely just. I'm telling you, I glanced. That's all I did, and I was just like, okay, yeah, that's enough. That's enough for a lifetime. Oh, you think he'll put everything on Alex and Lori? Chad just had an affair with the wrong person, right? And what? Yeah, I saw y'all were talking earlier before I even, started chatting. I was trying to put some makeup on, but I saw y'all chatting about how I had also heard that Chad had other affairs. There was one lady named Natalie. I don't know her last name, but Natalie was one of the names, and it sickens me to think that people still hold these same beliefs. And if you don't believe me, if anybody here does not believe that, just go see, just Google Ruby Frankie, Jody Hildebrandt, Tim Ballard, and friends. I mean, that's just what's rearing its ugly head in in the headlines, in the news. Who knows what is going on behind locked meeting houses and temple doors? Who knows? Only God knows. And it's alarming to me. It's really alarming to me. That's what bother. I mean, that's what this has been all about for me, as far as like, what about the rest of them? I've asked it so many times, and I'm just like, okay, yeah, you got 2 of them behind bars. Whoopity doo. I understand that, but a cult is not just 2 people, and so either drop the cult label, or show me it's a cult. Prove it. And like, the church should just really come out. And I mean, still, I leave it up to the individuals. The church can't make you or me do anything, just like anybody else can't. you know, you're the only person that can make that choice and hopefully receive that consequence. And I mean that in that sense. Every choice we make has a consequence. I mean, just it is what it is. And again, I even thought, I was like, I wish my brother could go and attend, because unlike that punk, he is not scared to serve time for doing his crime. He'll take it like a champ. That's why I hesitated and didn't tell Todd right away about Uncle Charles being murdered. I was so like scared Todd would get on a plane or drive there and just, eye for an eye. And that would have been tragic. Oh, I mean, kind of. I don't know. Selfish me is talking. But yeah. Well, and so Julie talked about having how Chad came on to her, he's rubbing his storm all over her. Oh, wow. Gross. Oh my God. Can you imagine? Can you even imagine?
I think KJ says that Chad has given Pryor all kinds of ammo on the others. I think you're right, KJ, that that he's been keeping up with all the my bads from the whole group.
Because he's a punk. Speaking of snitches, he's a punk. Chad's a punk. Chad is a punk ass bitch. Oh, I said it. He is. He's a punk ass bitch. He really is. That is, the only time Chad Daybell was ever chivalrous with Lori, which is funny because it is as whenever he said, okay, ladies first, here you go and I'll see what you get, going to trial without me, because he tried severing from her until it eventually was successful. And here we are. And that's the only time I have seen or learned or heard that Chad damn Daybell was chivalrous. Ladies first. Yeah, he's a bitch.
I hope so, KJ. I hope he takes the others with him.
Me too. Me the hell too, KJ. Jeez. Please. And if this is what it is, because I got to come to the terms of that too. And as we have had to do, right? Because they're not locked up. Especially Melanie Boudreaux Pulowski, that hooker needs to be behind bars and or not allow to touch her children. That freaks me out. 2 of her children were dark. 2 of her children were like Ruby Frankie's children. Okay. 2 of her children pretty much had the same fate of Tylee and JJ, their cousins, to follow. And I think that's why her and her Uncle Demon there were, showed up in American Fork, Utah to bang on the doors of her ex-in-laws or soon to be ex-in-laws to obtain her children, to get possession of her children so she could go sacrifice them. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I don't understand. I don't know how Brandon does it. I don't know how Brandon does this, y'all. If anybody has a story, I cannot wait till that man can talk. And just, oh God, what a story. Can you imagine? And then having to be quiet pretty much through all this because you're protecting your case, so you can hopefully bring them to justice. And then there's only one and then one dead one. I don't think so. I don't think so. And so a lot of this too, I mean, the reasoning that John Pryor, that it's just a kind of a general vague umbrella, I guess you could say. It's kind of like the same I hear from the Cox family when they're kind of doing their apology tour or whatever for Alex. And they're like, oh no, he's honest. He would have told, he would have sang, he would have, woulda, shoulda, coulda. Okay. He is a murderer. And he's a dead murderer. And so he's not here. So I don't believe any of that. Okay. And that's like saying, he's an honest thief. What the hell? That's like saying good Mormon or a bad Mormon. I mean, it don't make no damn sense. And it's so
The
it's double
password.
standard.
No, too many kids.
Yeah, too many
When they
kids.
got too many kids.
Yeah. 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 He's the arm. But that's and Zalema's the eye. So there's the eye of the Lord, the arm, the arm of the Lord, and there's the hand of the Lord, which I saw Tim Ballard talk about. He's the hand of the Lord. I was like, huh, interesting. I kind of put those 2 together, or those 3 together. I've been looking for the third.
They're the potty of the devil. I was just saying, I was giving him a new title, the potty of the devil.
Man, he's gross. They're all gross, but I can't imagine those babies, man. That just or Tammy. I mean, this is just my impression, I've always had this kind of picture or of how it went, with Tammy just being, sleeping in her own damn bed, waking up, looking at her husband, murdering her, I mean, I can't even imagine. And I kind of feel like Alex was there, but that's just me. That's just the impression I have. Anybody who is excommunicated from the church in such a small and then goes to such a small town and feels so confident and comfortable hanging out in the church and a church parking lot, and not only there in Arizona too. That's where they'd meet a lot, like him and Zalema. And that's from the FBI, from the FOIA docs. But I mean, that bothers me just all in itself, is just the comfortability that Alex had of just hanging out and somewhere from where you were excommunicated from, waiting to go join your other co-conspirators to, wax everybody, unsuspecting victims. It's so gross. And I swear, y'all don't hold this against me, please. This is just I can't help it. I just want to share it. I don't want to hold it anymore. The only other person I've ever brought this up to, because it's very uncomfortable even to say it. When I talked to Goel, off record, I talked to him about just how I feel about Chad and Lori and what they did, and just how I believe this is all tied in with the SRA crap. And anyway, so he expressed that he was interested in the part that, Chad was from southern Utah, which is Provo, Utah, which is where a lot of this ilk spawns from. Okay. It's St. George. It's Provo, uh, American Fork. Um, uh, what's the other one? Spring Hill, I think. And we're the Springville too. Anyway, so I mean, right there, and then the fact that he was a cemetery sexton, he was like, they like to do some really sadistic shit, at the cemetery, and I'm like, oh my god, I didn't think about that, but yeah. But whenever I ask Goel, because I mean, he's a Mormon, and I mean, this is it's so uncomfortable, but it doesn't matter. Again, it's not to say, oh my god, you know, uh, it's not to put anybody down. It's just to get to the bare bones of it. It's to get to the root of the problem so that it can begin to be repaired from its core, from the core. If you don't, then we're just fixing and putting band-aids on things that aren't gonna hold up. And so I just want to get to the bare bones of it. Again, it's not to say, ha ha, I'm right, you're wrong. It's not like that. It's just to get to the bottom of the problem so that we can go from there. But I was like, okay. So, okay, I'm going to say it. It's very uncomfortable. I was like, I cannot help but just think that they passed those bodies or whatever through their church or their meeting house or whatever it is. And I mean, he actually took me serious, and he was like, and I said, I'll never know. I'll never find out. I'll never be able to find out. And he said, well, yeah, if there's probable cause. And I'm like, oh my God, I couldn't believe he even like, because it was so weird even thinking it. I can't help but think it. There's no crime scene. There's no whatever of the kids. And I mean, Tylee was dismembered. Come on. That is the fact of the matter. Where is the crime scene? It wasn't in a damn apartment. It wasn't in the vehicles. Where is the crime scene? Where was that? Is it in Chad's shop? Do we not know that? Is that something they've kept close to the vest? If that's the case, then I rest, I'll let the other one go. But until then, I kind of think that it kind of goes hand in hand. I'm not saying that the leaders or anybody knew anything about it. I'm just saying I don't know. And if I mean, it would be very smart if I were a criminal and a murderer and was practicing some really dark religious shit. I mean, I would want to go into a house of the Lord, I guess, of their Lord, if I'm them. I'm just saying. And I would go somewhere where, it's protected by the First Amendment. It's protected by people inquiring on those kinds of things. Oh, how dare you? It's kind of like putting kids in your backyard. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I can't help but shake that. And I mean, it's horrible. I don't know how. I don't know. I don't know all those things. I can't. Again, it's weird. And it goes with the rest of the story. I don't want to. Nothing else they did was good. They were going in and out of temples, hoeing around. All of them. And I mean, to me, that's so disrespectful and so in
Yes.
your face. In your face.
Yeah. You should want to search that out and point that out and make it not happen again. If you think that's your holy place, you should be interested in getting rid
Wanting
of
to vet
these.
that out, yeah. I mean, I would wanna know. That's
Not
me.
hide it.
What's Janelle say? I cannot help but think that is what oh my gosh. I cannot help but think that it was Island Park. I know, this is not too far away from Yellowstone, and Heather Daybell said that Chad's family vacationed at Island Park. I know. I just found some pictures, that came from Chad's blog from a long time ago. And, Tammy's always behind the camera. And, there's Chad in the water with his little kids. And I mean, it's just, but Island Park, yeah, they would go there and to their camp. And they'd go hunting and stuff. Chad would go hunting with his with his dad and his brothers. Yeah, that's also too. That where's the crime scene is all I'm asking. Because it didn't add up for me with Lori at all. I was like, okay, like once you can kind of remove yourself from what happened with Lori's trial, then you're like, well, wait, yeah, because you feel like you learned so much new information, but it just really, in my opinion, from my perspective, it just kind of put everything, it gave it, it put it into record. It became official, I mean, because it's the same damn FOIA docs I've been reading for like many years now. So all they did was read that, most of that, into the record. The rest of it, like learning how they couldn't even find a cause of death for Tylee, that it was death by homicide, those things. I mean, we still don't know even which day these children were murdered on. We just have to say uh, September 8th or 9th, or September 22nd or 23rd. I mean, what? That don't make sense to me. They've got data down to a science, GPS location, all these forensic sciences and everything, and we can't nail down even what day these children took their last breaths on. Give me a break. Give me a break. So it better come out in this one, or I'm gonna be pissed. I'm just saying. I think Lori had experience by this statement. Yeah, but that's if you believe Audrey's statement. I don't. So I don't know. I know. I mean, I get it. I get your side. I get people who believe Audrey. I understand. I can see that side too. I just really don't trust her. I don't believe her. I don't. It just was too opportune for me. And anybody, just like Melanie Gibb and David Warwick, obviously did. They created the story around the story. They created their alibi around the story available at that time.
Thank
And
you. Please
so,
be seated.
oh,
Here we go.
sorry.
Judge, before you bring in the jury panel, the state was going to see if we may approach.
You may. Sidebar here with the light.
Thank you, Fancy Nancy. Okay. Now that's not courtroom daddy. That's the other guy. Courtroom daddy's back there with his little desk goes reet, reet, reet. It has a squeaky noise. But anyways, I think so too, Denise. Or follow him around to like 4 different states during some really heinous murders, I agree with Denise. They're taking a break to put Pryor in his place, right? I don't either, Medea. I don't either. I just really don't. My mom and my dad do. And I'm just like, okay, whatever. I'm not trying to discount anybody. I don't trust them. I don't believe them. Make it believable. Make it make sense to me. Why are you going to see Chad then? Like, why is Audrey talking to Chad after he was locked up? It don't add up for me. And I never was good in math though, so there's that. I don't think they were nearly as ceremonial with Tylee as I think they were. I don't know, it depends. Because I mean, she was dismembered. That goes hand in hand with the ceremonial aspect of it, from what I've read. But I think actually they went overboard with Tylee, and then I mean I can see it both ways too. I think they could have gone overboard with Tylee, and then we're like, oh God, that was a lot of work. Can you? You got to read the Hamblin case and learn about the Hamblin case, because Gordon Bowen, the alleged LDS Church of Satan Punisher, he's literally called the Punisher. Like, there are claims from the victim saying that, or the alleged victims, that Gordon Bowen, and trigger warning, I'm just going to trigger warning this, Gordon Bowen skins people and then puts the skins on mannequins and then makes his allegedly makes made his victims wear the skins while being defiled, basically. And I mean, hello, and that's the same this that is the same quote unquote satanic panic that originated back when Glenn Pace came out with all that, okay? And these people are still they're right there in southern Utah. That's where they're from. And in Salt Lake City. And they hang around allegedly. All this is allegedly. It's from reports I've read. In the case of Hamblin, David Hamblin, another Mormon therapist. And I just lost my thought. I mean, when you see a headline in 2000, I saw a headline in 2021, I believe, or 22. I don't remember. And it said child ritualistic sexual abuse with cannibalism. I was like, what? What? You not while my family's in the damn news. I don't think so. Thank you, Medea. No. Now sings. I don't know what that means. To you and Jason. Thank you though. Thank you so much, Medea. Appreciate you. And you too, Fancy Nancy. I don't know. You just can't have that many, such an outlandish claim to me, like of child ritualistic sexual abuse with cannibalism. And then my family was, my two, Tylee and JJ were just found right there in Idaho. I don't think so. Nope. I was like, that is alarming. And those are connected. I just not saying within the inner circle, so to speak, but oh yeah, they're connected. Same like-minded beliefs. It makes me really want to know more about Chad's parents, and I want to know everything I can about them. I want to know everything because it's this group within the church that pretend to be good Latter-day Saints, and they are not. They're preying on your children and sitting next to you and fast in testimony. Let me go shut my door. It's cold in here. Now I'm cold, right? And I know it's uncomfortable for a lot of people to talk about and or hear. I get it. I've made myself do this because let me hush. Oh, let me know, Ravina. I'll email me at crushes0123@gmail.com and I'll email you the case. Sorry, I said that quick. All right, let me shut up.
Okay,
Yes,
let's go
Chanel.
back on the record then, CR 2221-1623. We are going to now conduct individual voir dire of this remaining panel of jurors. And we'll be starting with juror 823. So if we could please have the marshals have that juror brought in. While we're doing that, I will note on the record that the defense is present as well as the defendant and the prosecution as well. All right, thank you, juror 823, for returning this morning. We've got some additional questions on individual voir dire. And I'm just taking a moment to review the questionnaire again. One thing I'd like to just bring up, because our schedule is set and everything's important here. I did note that I think you didn't appear when you were supposed to, but you did appear today, so we're happy you're here. And not to necessarily call you out on the spot, but I do think it's important we have jurors that are able to follow the schedule and be here dependably. And I would like to know if there was some explanation as to why you weren't able to appear when summoned? Was there some confusion there? Did something happen to prevent you from appearing before?
No, Your Honor, no confusion. It was just a honest mistake. I used my phone as my alarm clock and it came unplugged or something. And regardless, my phone died overnight. Woke up already too late.
Okay, I understand. We had a couple of relative peers and I guess just a bit of a follow-up on that. You generally consider yourself to be dependable enough that if you move forward in this, you'd be able to make it here when you're supposed to each day?
Yes, very. I'm in the military and it's we're on time.
Okay, that's all I needed to follow up on that. I just wanted to make sure we had some answer there. The other issues we would look at this time is whether or not there was any kind of a hardship or bias issue. And with this particular juror, I didn't see anything of concern as it relates to bias and getting no knowledge of the case nor of hardship. So I don't have any follow-up question on either of those areas. Does the state have any follow-up for the juror on hardship or bias?
We do not, Your Honor. Nothing from the defense.
Okay, so there's one other topic we'll talk to you about individually, then juror number 823. In your questionnaire, you filled out and completed a section on your attitudes regarding the death penalty. And that is in your questionnaire starting on page 12. Do you recall when you filled out your questionnaire thinking through those questions and answering those?
Yes, I do.
Okay, are the responses you made still your feelings about the death penalty now that some time's passed since you filled that out?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll advise you that in this case, it might be necessary for you to make that determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty. And as you're thinking about that, consider that that's not a hypothetical because this is the case before us. So you have to consider that as if any punishment you consider would be absolute and carried out in the case. So as you think about that, I'll go through your questionnaire responses, a few of those. And on the first one I'll address with you, the question is, do you support or oppose the death penalty? And you said you support the death penalty. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. The next question I'll look at was on the following page. You were given a series of choices about what would most accurately represent the way you feel. And you picked choice C, which reads, I generally favor the death penalty, but I would base a decision to impose it on the facts, law, and instructions in the case. Do you recall selecting that answer?
Yes.
And does that describe your feelings about the death penalty?
Yes.
Okay. I just have one more question for you then. Do you believe, or is it your personal belief that you would always be in favor of the death penalty in every case where a murder's been committed?
In every case, not necessarily, no.
All right. Thank you for your responses to those court's questions. Does the state have any questions on voir dire relating to the death penalty?
We do not, Your Honor.
Does the defense have any questions?
Just a couple questions. Certainly. This is
Mr. Pryor.
Oh, microphone.
Oh, my goodness. You said in every case, no. Can you give me some insight into, is there a line there where you say, you know, this is an absolute for the death penalty, or this is not an absolute? Is there some sort of black line that you draw, or can you elaborate on that for me a little bit?
Well, it's, you know, every case is different, obviously. Different circumstances, such as, it's not specified whether it's, you know, an intentional murder or like an accident, or, you know, just all sorts of different things could be. You'd have to weigh in on, I think.
Okay. So if it's an intentional murder and there are children involved, is that an automatic death penalty?
No.
Okay. When you looked at the list and then you had the options from A through F, A being, you know what, Murder, it's death penalty. If you could refer to that, I think it's page. Bottom of page 13. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay. So when you read that, was there any hesitation to choose between C and D? If there was and I'll ask you to answer that first.
Not really, no.
Okay. If there was one that said neutral, that I'm going to make up my mind based on each and every one individually and not just rubber stamp yes or no on the death penalty, would that be closer to your beliefs?
Yes.
So if there was a neutral choice where you would say, listen, I've got to hear everything, and then there's just there's no criteria for like a recipe, let's put it that way. That quite frankly, you have to look at the facts, and it's not just because there are kids or not just because it was intentional. You have to look at the whole story to determine whether or not that's where you're going to go. Would that be fair?
I'd say yes, yeah.
Okay. And sir, thank you for your time. Judge, that's it.
All right, thank you, counsel. Juror 823, then that will conclude the individual board diary for you. You'll go ahead and return to the jury room, and we'll have further instructions for you here after we talk to the other jurors.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next juror we'll have brought in, please, 1204. All right, juror 1204, welcome back. Thank you for returning for individual voir dire. At this stage, we're going to have a few questions beginning with questions about bias. We've already talked, I think, probably sufficiently about the fact that this juror also has a vacation partially paid for or paid for. They don't want to miss starting June 15th, but I think we're through that issue. So counsel, there is some indication this juror has previous knowledge of the case, and I'd like to have any questioning counsel requests relating to potential bias from media exposure. So I'll start with the state asking any questions and then allow the defense to voir dire individually this juror.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. I just wanted to briefly discuss with you the media attention in this case. And you indicated in your questionnaire that you had heard a little bit about this case from basic news. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that you had heard from the news that Mr. Daybell was involved and that he would be going to trial at some point.
Correct.
During this trial, you're going to be instructed that Mr. Daybell is innocent until the state meets its burden of proof, and that is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And that means that as Mr. Daybell sits here today, he's innocent. Do you understand that?
I do.
Do you understand that nothing that you've heard on the news is evidence? Now, when you learned on the news that there would be a trial at some point, did that lead you to form any conclusions about his guilt?
No.
Okay. And you indicated on your questionnaire that you had not formed an opinion on this case. Is that still accurate? And you also indicated on your questionnaire that you would be able to put out of your mind what you have read or heard about this case and render an impartial verdict. Is that still accurate? Thank you very much, sir. I have no additional questions for this jury, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Beatty. Mr. Pryor for the defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Which I have nothing as far as hardship.
Okay. All right, Mr. Pryor, could I get you to repeat that again with the microphone? We didn't catch it on our audio.
Judge, I have nothing on hardship and bias on this.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. The next section we'll look at then is in your questionnaire, juror number 1204. Do you recall reading through and filling out questions relating to your attitude regarding the death penalty?
Do.
All right, and are the responses you made in the questionnaire still the way you feel about that as you sit here today?
Yeah.
All right, you indicated when given the option of support or oppose, question, do you support or oppose the death penalty? You said support. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In addition, there was a section that gave you some pre-written responses to choose from, and it's which one most accurately represents the way you feel. You circled in the questionnaire what's labeled as 6C, and that reads, I generally favor the death penalty, but I would base a decision to impose it on the facts, law, and instructions in the case. Is that still the way you feel about the death penalty today?
It is.
Okay. Another question then. You are in favor of the death penalty. Do you believe that the death penalty should be imposed in every case where a murder has been committed?
Answer that. No.
Okay. Is there anything about your views on the death penalty that you think would either substantially impair or prevent you from following the court's instructions about the death penalty, whether that was to consider it or to not consider it in this case? Okay, thank you for your responses. I'll let the state continue with Fort Dyer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, you indicated upon your questionnaire that you believe that the death penalty has its time and place and that it is not to be taken lightly. Is that how you feel still, as you said for today? And so you would be able to consider the state's presentation and anything presented by the defense during the death penalty phase and give that fair consideration before you make up your mind whether or not the death penalty is appropriate if the case should proceed to that point. Is that correct? Thank you, sir. I have no additional questions for this jury, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for the defense.
Juror number 1204, could I have you turn to page 13 of your questionnaire? Now, at the bottom of page 13, you circled number C. Right. At the time that you were reading that, would you take a look at number D? Let me know when you're done. Just number D. Okay. Okay. If there was a choice between number C and number D, and I will tell you that when I read that, the difference between C and D is C says I favor, D says I oppose, but both folks would look at the evidence and make a determination on the facts. Do you agree with that? Right. If there was a choice that said neutral, and that I'm not going to make up my mind until I've had a chance to look at all the facts and not just prejudge it, evaluate the facts and circumstances, not one way or not the other way, and then make a decision. Could that represent your position?
It could. I would say I might lean more towards neutral, but I do still support the death penalty.
Okay. Certain circumstances. Well, in certain circumstances, and if the judge gives you instructions and say, listen, in the event we get to a sentencing phase, there are options that you have, and the two options are death penalty or life in prison. You will before you make a decision, you'll look at all the facts and circumstances and remain neutral until you decide which one fits the facts and circumstances. Would that be fair?
Yes.
All right, Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Juror number 1204, then that will conclude your individual voir dire. We'll have you return to the jury room with the bailiff and you'll receive further instructions once we've talked to other jurors today. Next, talk to juror number 1251, 1251. All right, thank you for returning. Juror number 1251. Court is going to allow for some individual voir dire at this time. We've got a little bit of case knowledge, not much, and there wasn't anything in the way of hardship. If the state would like to inquire as to any potential bias, I'll allow that as well as the defense, and then we'll move on to our next topic after that.
Thank you, Your Honor. Juror 1251, just a reminder, there's no right or wrong answers. Just want you to tell us how you feel. So it sounds like you don't know much about Daybell. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So you haven't followed this case in the news at all?
No.
There is one thing on your questionnaire. You say you don't have a hardship. You say, I wish I could say yes. Tell me about that. Like, why did you write that on your questionnaire?
I think anytime you're involved in a difficult case like this, that takes a lot of time and emotional energy. And just, for me, I try not to even involve myself in dramas or news or things like that. And as I was thinking about that question, I realized that because of all those things, it probably makes me a good candidate, but I just want to be honest about my exposure and hardships and all of those things. And it's like, you can make things up, but if I don't have anything, then it's like, there's no reason why I shouldn't be serving this duty.
You just used the word energy, and in your questionnaire, you said, I have 0% energy for this process of.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate on that? And maybe you've already kind of answered that in what you just said. We just want to make sure we understand how you're feeling. So when you say you have no energy for this process, what does that mean to you in terms of actually serving on a jury in a case like this?
It's more connected to people who watch news and are into sensationalized things or just not really focusing on their own lives. And so they insert themselves in all sorts of stories and spend a lot of their time, I guess, reading news headlines. And I just don't do that. I don't live my life that way. That's why I don't watch the news. That's why I don't read articles and anymore.
So
I'm in communications. So it's like, I see when, let's say, trying to get my attention or trying to get me to think certain ways. So that's why I just choose to not involve myself in events.
And to be fair, yeah, when you said the 0% energy, that was for the media. And so, but going back to this idea that on page 19 of your questionnaire, I wanted to ask if you can put anything you have heard out of your mind. You say yes, but then you say, but do I want to be involved? No, I do not. Does that mean you don't want to be on this jury?
I was being prosecuted. I would want an unbiased jury. And as someone who doesn't know anything about this, that's where it's like, I would hope that there would be people stepping up if I was in this situation, just to hear both sides of what was going on.
So even with what you wrote, can you commit to, if you are put on this jury, that you will fully engage in that process of weighing the evidence, listening to witnesses?
Yes.
You did have one other thing that I would need to check in with my work days on the trial schedule. Have you done that? Do you know if this trial schedule would you be able to accommodate your work with this trial schedule?
Okay.
Sure. Okay. I have no further questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay, on that topic then of the potential hardship or bias, Mr. Pryor, you can inquire.
And ma'am, the reason I asked initially, and we made eye contact initially, is there anybody who doesn't want to be here? That's what I took from your questionnaire. And after you explained, I thought your honesty and your straightforward answers. If I'm understanding what you're saying, listen, I don't have time for gossip. I don't have time for all of this sensationalized, and I'm going to look at this thing in a fair and balanced, neutral way. Is that fair?
Yes, and I would just say that it's more about you wanting to be here in a way that's kind of sick. So it's like, I don't know that any of us really want to be here, but are we here? And are we answering questions honestly? And yes.
And you could find that there are people that just don't, you could understand why I would ask that. Because there are people that are just saying, you know, we run across this all the time. They make comments about and make up things to avoid having jury duty. There are people that do that. And what I'd rather do is just say, you know, folks, just tell me the truth and just tell me you don't want to do it. Because if you don't want to do it, there's no sense of putting anybody who doesn't want to do it on the jury for considering it's going to be 8 or 10 weeks. But I applaud the fact that you say, listen, I don't necessarily want to be involved, but I will do what I'm instructed to do, and I will follow the rules and listen to the court and do all the things that are expected of me. Is that fair?
Yes, I trust that by answering honestly and letting the chips fall, that's what is supposed to happen. And I can be secure my integrity, that it wasn't for me to get out of something just because of my own uncomfortableness. But
You weren't trying to skirt your responsibility. You're being forthright about things, right?
Correct.
I want to thank you for that, Judge.
All right, thank you. All right, juror 1251, there's another topic we're going to discuss here individually with you, and that relates to the questionnaire and your responses on your attitudes regarding the death penalty. Do you recall reading through that section of the questionnaire and answering those questions?
I do.
And are the responses you gave in the questionnaire still accurate in terms of the way you would feel about it today?
Yes.
Okay, you indicated when given a choice of whether or not you support or oppose the death penalty, you checked the box that said you support it. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and I will advise you in this case that it may actually be necessary for you to make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty. And when we're discussing this, you need to consider this as not a hypothetical, but that it may be required to be considered in this case, and it may be absolute and carried out in the case. So with that in your mind, you said you support it. Also, in a response when you had choices on this section 6, there were like 7 different choices. You selected choice D and said, I am generally opposed to the death penalty, but I believe I can put aside my feelings against the death penalty and impose it if it is called for by the facts, law, and instructions in the case. Do you recall answering that?
Yes.
And does that generally represent the way you do feel about the death penalty?
Yes.
Okay, so in the one instance when just a yes or no, you said you support, then later you say you're generally opposed but would follow the facts, law, and instructions. So is there anything you want to clarify there, or are you just kind of in the middle on that issue?
I would just hope that the death penalty is reserved for extreme case.
Okay, so you are not of the view that it should be considered in any murder case. You wouldn't believe that.
Can you repeat that, please?
So the question is, do you believe that the death penalty should be considered or imposed in any case where a murder's been committed?
No.
All right. Is there anything about your views at all on the death penalty that you think could prevent or impair your ability to follow court's instructions if you had to consider that in this case?
No.
Okay, that concludes the court's inquiry. Would the state like to inquire?
Just briefly. Juror 1251. So as I read your questionnaire and listening to your answers, just to make sure I completely understand where you're coming from. It sounds like you believe there are times when it is necessary, the death penalty.
Yes.
And but you are willing to, if the court is to give you instructions, if this becomes an option, you will follow those instructions in law to make sure it's applied appropriately.
Yes.
I have another question.
From the defense.
No questions.
All right, thank you, Juror 1251. We'll go ahead and have you return to the jury room with the bailiff and give you some additional instructions once we talk to the other jurors. We'll next talk to Juror 1320. You can be seated. Okay, thank you. Okay, juror number 1320 has returned for some individual voir dire. We're doing this with all the jurors, so don't be concerned that you're here alone. There's some question in the review of the questionnaire about some knowledge of the case, as well as you did explain potentially a hardship here. Maybe I'll just address that with you and then allow the state and the defense to question on hardship or bias. On the trial length, where you were told that in the questionnaire, and also it was reiterated here, you said you did check the box, yes, you'd have a hardship. You said, I have a job and a life to live, but I'll serve if selected. So with that, could you explain a little more what impact that may have if in fact you are serving for a 10-week period?
Okay, yeah, I looked into it since then. The work will give me 2 weeks pay for 10 days. And then I'd have to take my time off and I got a month of that. So the 6 weeks of pay and 4 weeks of no pay, I guess, as I would come out. Which I found. It's not like I'd be living on the street after that, but you know, it would be
Okay.
money.
I appreciate you doing the follow-up, looking into that with your employer also. If in fact this extended out, you said you are willing to serve, very much appreciate that, and you still feel that way, and considering that it could go beyond that 6-week time frame and cause some financial strain.
Yeah, I'm not living from paycheck to paycheck, and so, yeah, it wouldn't be fun, but, you know.
Okay. Well, thanks for your responses on that. On the bias, I didn't have any specific questions. The state can conduct for dire on either topic, and then I'll allow the defense.
Morning, sir.
Yes.
So to follow up where the court just left off, I think I followed you that you'll get a couple of weeks pay. You've got some time off, it's probably paid time off, you can apply. About a month.
Right.
That if this goes 10 weeks, you won't get paid.
Yeah, for the last few months.
Do you feel like there's anything about that during that last month, if you were chosen as a juror, that probably wouldn't be uncommon for jurors or lawyers or judges after 8 or 10 weeks to be tired of the case? Do you feel like during that last month where you're not getting paid, did that cause any resentment? Did that cause you to be distracted at all in terms of listening to evidence or resentful that you're still there?
No, not necessarily. My wife has a part-time job, so it's, like I said, it's not like we'd be going hungry or living on the street, but maybe my 401k wouldn't get as built up as I want it to be. Maybe I won't buy that new video game or something.
Fair enough. Excuse me. And then just a couple of questions from some comments you made about the press coverage. You made a comment on page 415 of the questionnaire that it asked if you did follow these cases, has that caused you to already form an opinion regarding the guilt or innocence of Chad Daybell in the case? You said no, but the media reports is not necessarily the truth of facts. You still stand behind that?
Yeah, yeah. They're there to sell newspapers or screen time. They're reporting on what we get noticed, not necessarily what is the truth.
So is it fair to say though you have heard some things about the case?
Yes.
Okay. Anything about what you have heard that has caused you to form any specific opinions about the case or about Mr. Daybell?
No, not really. I mean, when it first came out, I read about it, and you know, it was interesting and so forth, but I didn't make an opinion on it because it's, you know, I know it's not the whole truth there. So,
So as you sit there, you feel like you can hear the facts and deliberate and be objective about everything?
yes, I do.
Your Honor, on bias and hardship, the state has no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Woods.
No questions from the defense, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, juror 1320, then we'll move on to one final topic with you in relation to the part of your questionnaire you completed called attitudes regarding the death penalty. Do you recall reading through that section in the questionnaire and answering it?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, and if you would like to reference it, it's page 12 and 13.
Yeah.
So considering those responses you made last week, are those still true and accurate in the way you feel today?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. I will advise you in this case, it may be necessary for you to make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty in this case. So remember, this does apply to the case, and any penalty you're considering should be considered as if it is absolute and will be carried out in the case. So with that in mind, there was a box checked by you on the question, do you support or oppose the death penalty? Check the box saying you support it. Is that the way you feel?
Yeah, I think in some cases it's warranted by the law. If that's what the law says, then
that's what should be done.
Okay. On the next page, there were some more detailed choices you had there out of 7, and this was the questionnaires words, not your own, but you selected a choice you thought most accurately reflects the way you feel. You checked a box that said, I am generally opposed to the death penalty, but I believe I can put aside my feelings against the death penalty and impose it if it is called for by the facts, law, and instructions in the case.
Kind of contradictory, wasn't I?
And that's fine. If you'd like to explain any more about your thoughts on it, this would be the time. And I don't know that that necessarily is contradictory, but do you have any explanation on that choice?
No, it's just that, I would, no one should have to die, but if the law, if the case says and the law states that that's what's to be done and that's the punishment, then that's what should be done.
So you don't feel then, as I gather, that the death penalty should be in place or considered in every case where a murder's been committed?
Not unless it's asked for by the prosecution or the facts being that it's advisable by the law or whatever.
Okay, so one final question then, is there anything about your personal views or thoughts or feelings on the death penalty that you think would prevent or impair you from following the court's instructions on that if you served as a juror in this case?
No, I don't believe there is.
Okay, thank you for your responses. Let's have the state, if there's any follow-up or dire on that topic.
Thank you. We do, Judge. Sir, probably just a couple of questions. So on page 12 of the questionnaire, on the bottom, you had answered in a question, do you feel the death penalty is used too often? You X that box. Then you explained so much more costly to pursue than life in prison without parole. Showing out an uncommon opinion. As you consider that there, well, first of all, is that an accurate expression of how you feel about it?
Well, as far as do you feel the death penalty is used too often, too seldom? I don't know. Maybe I don't know is the right answer. I don't know. Seems like there's not a good choice there at all. Yeah, I've heard that it's more costly to pursue a death penalty.
Fair enough. And there's no wrong answers here. Where you're coming from. Okay. So I guess my question is, if the case does proceed, if there's a conviction and then we get into a death penalty question, the judge will give you certain instructions as to how to evaluate the death penalty, whether it should apply. Will the fact that you think and believe that it's more expensive to society to use the death penalty than just life in prison, will that be anything that would dissuade you from otherwise following the instructions that the judge gives in terms of how you apply the facts and law? Will that still be a factor in the back of your mind?
No, because all the people, the prosecution, the judge, and everyone has weighed out those facts and those, the cost of it and so forth. And if they believe that it's viable, then, and I'm given those instructions to figure that out, then do what the judge would ask.
Okay. So it's fair to say that you won't let that cost factor be part of your decision. Is that fair?
Yeah, yes, that's fair. That's correct.
Thank you. No, I don't have any more questions.
All right, any questions for Vordire on that issue?
Just to follow up, my concern.
Yes.
You made a comment that if the prosecution asks for the death penalty, I take things sometimes literally. And in that situation, I was wondering, does that mean that if the prosecutor, and I don't want to imply under any circumstances that Chad is going to get convicted, but if that happened and the prosecutor asks for the death penalty, does that mean you are absolutely going to follow the prosecutor's recommendation and impose the death penalty?
No, I would follow the judge's advice and take the prosecution's arguments into fact, and your arguments into fact.
So if the court were to instruct you that upon a conviction, you have a choice between the death penalty and life in prison, you would equally balance those considerations based on the facts and circumstances surrounding the case. Would that be fair?
If that was what the judge dictated and those are the choices, yes. I would balance those out fairly.
Okay. And at this point, based on what I understand, is that despite those choices, it's still your, and I don't want to use the word preference, you oppose the death penalty, but you're going to be fair. And you're going to look at both of the options before you make a decision based on your understanding of the facts, based on what the prosecutor tells you, based on what the defense tells you, and based on what this judge instructs you on the rules to follow. Would that be fair?
I'd like to think that's where I stand, yes.
Okay, is there any reason to suggest that you wouldn't stand anywhere else? Thank you for your time, sir. I greatly appreciate your time.
All right, that'll conclude the board dire individually of juror 1320. We'll have you return to the jury room with the bailiff, waiting for their instructions as we talk to our remaining jurors. Our next juror will discuss individual for dire with is 1358. All right, thank you for returning. Got a couple of follow-up questions for you here. All right, this court doesn't have at this point any individual questions for this juror in relation to bias or hardship. So I'll allow the state to make any inquiries on those topics, if any, and then the defense, and then we'll move on to the other topic.
And Your Honor, we don't have any questions for this gentleman about those topics either. Thank you.
On either hardship or bias questions, anything from the defense?
The only thing that caused me some hesitation is I'm pretty familiar with accountant's responsibilities. And the likelihood is that if you're picked, we're going to be 4/15 is a very important date for you.
So I work for a private company. I'm the controller. The 15th deadline is for corporate, and again, we have some entities within that need to be filed. We made a lot of progress in the last week with, I won't use the word anticipation, but knowing that this was a possibility. So I think we're in decent shape. If I am selected nights and weekends through the 15th, I'm good on that front. So I don't believe that that's a hardship. Unless there's sequestered between now and then it could be.
What if you're sequestered in late May or June? Is that going to create any problems for you?
Not at all.
Okay, that's all I had, Judge. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
All right, the next issue we'll discuss then with this juror is in relation to your questionnaire responses on attitudes regarding the death penalty. Do you recall going through those questions and answering them last week in the questionnaire?
I do.
Okay, having thought about the questions and responses since then, are those still accurate, or is there anything you change about your opinions stated in that questionnaire?
Those are still accurate.
All right, you had an option of either support or oppose were the only choices, and the question was, do you support or oppose the death penalty? You said support. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay, you also when given a range of choices, said what most accurately represents the way you feel. You selected a choice that reads, I generally favor the death penalty, but I would base a decision to impose it on the facts, law, and instructions in the case. Is that still the same way you feel about this?
Yeah.
All right, I will advise you that in this case, it may be necessary for you to actually consider this and make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty. And you have to be considering this not hypothetically, but as if it would be absolute and carried out in the case. So thinking through that, does that change at all your opinion on those choices?
No.
Okay, one final question I'll have then is, do you believe that the death penalty should be imposed in every case where a murder has been committed?
I do not.
All right, that concludes the court's questions on that topic. I'll allow any board member from the state and then the defense.
And Your Honor, I don't have any additional questions for this juror on that topic either. Thank you.
All right, from the defense.
No questions.
All right, juror 1358. You might have set the record for the quickest individual board member today at least. So thank you for your quick and concise answers. We'll have you return to the jury room for further instructions and talk to the remaining jurors.
Appreciate it.
Juror number 1365 will be next. All right, thank you for returning, juror number 1365. The court's going to permit Dyer from the state and the defense on issues first, talking about any potential bias or hardship. I'll note this juror has indicated some knowledge and detail of potential facts relating to this case or the case itself. So with that in mind, who's going to be conducting Dyer?
I am, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you. Sure, 1365. Looking at your questionnaire, it looks like you do have some familiarity with the facts of this case. Is that fair to say?
I had heard over the years that when the children were found, it was on the news. And then I believe when Lori was convicted, that's when I heard those on.
Okay. And did you seek out the news on this particular case, or?
No, it's just a matter of the news was on and I heard that.
Okay. So you mentioned that you did know that Lori Vallow was convicted. The judge gave an instruction earlier today. In this case, you will hear about Lori Vallow. She's a part of this case. But the fact that she was convicted, the judge gave an instruction that you were not to consider that. Will you be able to put that out of your mind and not hold her conviction against this defendant?
Yes.
Because they're two separate people, and so you can commit to that 100%.
Yes.
And similarly, just the other facts you've heard about this case. Can you commit to only making a decision based on what you hear in this courtroom?
Yes.
Your Honor, I don't have any further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. Mr. Pryor.
Thank you, Your Honor. It sounds like all you heard are a few stories that were on the news. That's about all the exposure you have, right?
Yes.
And you haven't made a decision one way or the other, even knowing that there may have been some issues with the Lori Vallow, correct?
That's correct. I kind of do believe that sometimes the news doesn't necessarily report all the truth either, you know,
And
sensational.
one of the news, as I understanding, one of the news agencies.
Mr. Pryor, could you talk in your
I
microphone?
thought I was, Judge, I'm sorry. One of the news agencies was it East Idaho News you were looking
It would have been whatever was here,
at?
you know,
Okay,
because it's the local.
okay. All right. When you look at page 13 of your questionnaire, there are A through F as the choices, right?
At the bottom,
I think at the bottom, yes.
yes.
And you marked number C.
Mhm.
What I'm, and I don't want to put words in your mouth. But what it sounds like is you're saying that I have not made a decision yet, one way or the other. Is that fair?
It's fair.
But I'm going to look at all the facts and circumstances. Is that fair?
Yes.
I'm not going to take into consideration some of these media outlets that may or may not sensationalize things and give us an accurate picture. Is that fair?
Right.
Okay. And that in weighing all of the facts, I'm not committed one way or the other towards the death penalty. Is that fair? And if the judge gives you an instruction that says, yes, I will, you have two choices if there's a conviction for murder. And before I start, I want to make sure you understand Mr. Daybell's here today, and I don't want to imply that he's guilty of this in any way, but we have to talk about this so we get an idea where you stand. You do kind of understand that, don't you?
Yes.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, that if you look at item number C, and then you go down to item number D,
And Mrs. Pryor, we're going to get into the death penalty qualifications here momentarily.
but in any event, you're going to base your decision just on the facts as you see them if you were chosen at the time of the trial. Is that fair?
That's fair. And introductions.
Oh, thank you very much. Nothing else.
All right, thank you. All right, the next topic then the court will go through with you is on your responses to the attitudes regarding the death penalty section of that questionnaire. Do you recall answering that?
Yes.
Okay, and having thought about that, since you did your questionnaire last week, do you still feel like these are accurate representations of your attitudes on that?
Yes.
All right, I will advise you here in this case that it may be necessary for you to make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty in this case. And remember, any penalty you're considering should be considered as if it is absolute and would be carried out in this case. You understand that?
Yes.
All right, you had a selection here as one of your answers. Do you support or oppose the death penalty is the question you said support. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And is that still your thought as you sit here today about that?
Yes.
All right, one other choice you made out of 7 choices in some more detail provided about what most accurately represents the way you feel. You selected choice C that says, I generally favor the death penalty, but I would base a decision to impose it on the facts, law, and instructions in the case. Does that still accurately describe your general thoughts on the death penalty?
Yes.
Okay, finally then, with your position on the death penalty, is it your opinion that the death penalty should be imposed in every case where a murder has been committed?
Absolutely not.
Okay, is there anything then about your views on the death penalty that you think could in some way prevent or substantially impair you from performing your duties in this case if you received instructions about the death penalty? All right, that concludes the court's order on that issue. Mr. Wood?
The state has no questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Pryor, any board
Yes, I jumped the gun. I apologize for that, Judge. I think it's just habit. So we're going to go back to item number 13, A through F, I believe. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, and I don't want to suggest an answer to you, so just. But what I think I'm hearing is that if the judge instructs you that the death penalty is a possible sentence and life in prison is a possible sentence, at this point, you're going to go into this process if you're a juror, and you're not going to make or be favored one way or the other at that point, and you're going to look at both options. Is that fair?
Fair.
And then only after you've reviewed all the evidence and listened to what the state has said, listen to what the defense has said, and then listen to how the judge instructs us, at that point, you'll make a decision based on both of those options. Is that fair? Okay, so if there was an option between C and D on number 13 that said, I'm neutral and I'm going to look at all the facts, all the circumstances before I make a decision in this case, would that be closer to your position?
I think that would be more accurate.
Okay. And thank you for your honesty. I really appreciate allowing me to spend some time with you. Thank you. Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
Very well. That'll conclude individual voir dire for this juror. Thank you for answering those questions. We'll have you return with the bailiff to the jury room and talk to our remaining jurors. Next up will be juror 1378. All right, thank you for returning juror 1378 for individual voir dire. This time, I'll inquire as to whether the state has any voir dire in relation to hardship or bias issues. I don't think there was much at all in the way of bias here on any exposure, but potentially hardship. We got into that before. Once the state's concluded voir dire, I'll let the defense as well have questions for the juror. Who's going to be conducting voir dire for the state?
I will, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Roots.
Thank you. Great, sir. I really just have one question for you. On your questionnaire on page 20, you just made a notation under the hardship section. I'm only worried about my job because I started on January 2nd, 2024. Is that right?
Yes.
This is a pretty new job.
Yeah, and they're willing to work with me. I talked to HR about it.
Okay. So whatever worry you had when you
Yeah, I no longer have that worry.
So whatever worry you had, no longer have that worry.
No, I do not.
So then, is it safe to say that as far as you're concerned, if selected, you don't believe that being a juror would be a financial hardship or impairment to your job? Is that fair?
Yes, that is fair.
Your Honor, no other questions on this.
All right, thank you. Mr. Pryor?
There are no questions, Judge.
Okay, we'll next move on then. So juror 1378, when you filled out your questionnaire last week, there was a section in there called attitudes regarding the death penalty. Do you recall that section of the questionnaire?
You can remind me, but I do not. I mean, I remember answering, but I don't remember what I answered.
Okay, If you'd like to just refer to it, I think we provided you a copy. You could turn to page 12 is where that begins. So when you answered your questionnaire, right, kind of in the middle of page 12, there's a question that says, do you support or oppose the death penalty? And you check the box saying support. Is that accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and that's the way you would feel about that today as well?
Yes.
All right, and as we go through these questions, I'd like you to consider that in this case, it may be necessary for you to make a determination about the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty. And when we're discussing this here, remember, you need to consider that as if it would be done and be absolute and carried out in the case, if that's what the jury determined. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. On your questionnaire, you also, on page 13, you'll turn there about 2/3 down. There were choices you had about what most accurately represents the way you would feel about it. You selected a choice C, which reads, I generally favor the death penalty, but I would base a decision to impose it on the facts, law, and instructions in the case. Do you recall looking at all those options and checking that one?
Yes, I do.
Okay, does that still then represent the way you think about and feel about the death penalty here today?
Yes.
Okay, final question I have then. Do you believe that the death penalty should be considered or imposed in every case where a murder has been committed?
I do not know.
Okay, so if there were instructions to either consider or not consider it, would you be willing to follow those instructions regardless?
Yes.
Okay, then is there anything about your views on that issue of the death penalty that you think prevent or impair you from performing your duties and following the instructions here in this case?
No.
Okay, thank you for your responses there. That concludes the court's voir dire. I'll allow the state to conduct voir dire and the defense.
Thank you. Sir, for my question, it's based off a response you gave on page 12 of the questionnaire. And you were asked in question section A, how do you feel about the death penalty? And you responded, if guilty and required, I agree. But 100% without a shadow of a doubt, guilty verdict has to be the cap. Am I reading that correctly?
The case.
Sorry. Could you explain what you meant when you wrote that?
When you come to a guilty verdict, you can't be 99% sure. And you have to be 100% sure without any doubt. That's what I meant by that.
So is it safe to say that in your mind, you just are would only be inclined to impose the death penalty if in fact in your mind there had been 100% proof that whomever Mr. Daybell is guilty? Is that correct?
If he was guilty, yes, and I do not know without facts.
So, sir, then my question would be, if the judge gives an instruction and explains that the standard to determine guilt in this case would be that the state would have to prove beyond any reasonable doubt. Is that an instruction, one, that you feel like you'll understand or would understand? And number two, would you be willing to follow that instruction?
Yes and yes.
So then you wouldn't necessarily hold the state to prove 100% without a doubt that he was guilty?
Yes. But he doesn't have to be like, he has to be guilty to the law. To what the law states.
So you'll follow the judge's instructions on what the law is?
Yeah.
Okay. You know, I don't have any further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor.
Sir, if I could get you to turn to page 13 of your questionnaire, if you could, let me know when you're ready.
All right.
Okay, on page 13, you marked item number C. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what I'm hearing from you is saying, listen, I am going to listen to the judge's instructions and take those, and apply those to this case, right?
Yes.
I'm not going to make a decision right now, or not until I hear 100% of the evidence that's presented, correct?
Yes.
That you have not made a decision one way or the other, correct?
Yes.
That you haven't made a decision whether, and you don't favor the death penalty or not the death penalty at the present time, correct?
Yes.
But that decision won't be made until you've had a chance to look at 100% of the evidence, correct?
Yes.
And only if you feel that Mr. Daybell did something and all of the other jurors agree with you that there's a conviction, at that point, you will balance whether or not to impose the death penalty or not. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you won't prejudge or favor one position or the other before that time.
No, I will not.
So if there was a choice between item number C on page 13 and item number D that included a box that would say, I am neutral on this issue, and I will only make a decision until I have heard 100% of the evidence and I am convinced that Mr. Daybell may be guilty, would that be closer to your position?
That would be 100% my position.
All right, and thank you, sir. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, juror number 1378, that concludes the individual order.
Your Honor, I'm trying to interrupt you.
Yes.
I know this is unusual to your course, but there is another issue on this questionnaire that I'm wondering if we ought to, that I had overlooked initially, and it might.
Judge, could we approach on this first?
Let's approach. All right, thanks, counsel. Juror 1378, you can go ahead and return to the jury room with the bailiff, and we'll question the additional jurors, then give you some more instructions after that. Thank you for returning. We're going to next talk to juror number 1379. All right, juror number 1379, thank you for returning. Court's reviewed your questionnaire, and we've determined individual voir dire is appropriate on certain topics, including that of potential bias through some information the juror has from media surrounding the case and knowledge of the case. And I don't think we had any hardship issues, so if the state would like to inquire to discuss whether or not there is any knowledge of the case. And in this setting, of course, juror 1379, you can discuss whatever facts or knowledge you have in answering, since the other jurors aren't here. So who will be conducting board audit for the state?
That would be me, Your Honor, and thank you.
All right, Ms. Beatty, you may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Hi. So I wanted to chat with you a little bit about media exposure in this case. And you had indicated that you saw some documentaries and news about the case.
Yeah.
And I think you had indicated on a question about your knowledge of the victims, that you would just, your awareness was just what you'd seen on the news.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Great. Can you kind of describe what knowledge you do have about the victims in this case, specifically what you have heard?
Like I said, nothing more than what's been on the news. Just I usually have the news on in the background, so just kind of snippets of the case here and there, but not much more than kind of headlines and news stories.
Okay, great. Would you be able to put aside what you've heard on the news and render an impartial verdict?
Absolutely.
And you'll be instructed during this trial that Mr. Daybell is innocent until the state proves him guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Are you comfortable with that?
Yes, I'm comfortable with that. Yeah. Sorry.
You would be able to follow that instruction?
Yes, I would be. Sorry.
And then you also understand that nothing that you've heard on the news is evidence?
Yes.
And that the evidence is what will be introduced at trial?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I have no additional questions for this jury, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, as to potential bias, Mr. Pryor, you can inquire.
And I appreciate you being forthright about the articles, the news, and all of that stuff. And based on what you've seen on the news articles, and everything else, you haven't made a decision one way or the other at this point, have you?
No, I know that the news is just a very brief skim of, what's known. I understand that
And
that's not.
And something that you put in your questionnaire really drew my attention.
Okay.
Let's go to page 19.
Okay.
Down at the bottom, you have a sentence that starts with "I believe."
Yes.
Would you read that to me?
I just said that I believe strongly in the due process of law.
And in the due process of law, that means that you listen to all the evidence, right?
Yes, exactly.
And that you don't take into consideration or anything regarding the stuff that some of these media outlets or these podcast people who are making a living on something unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't take any of that stuff into consideration. We just base it on what you hear in terms of what's been presented. And you'll be able to do that, right?
Yes, I will.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Nothing further.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. There's another topic we'll discuss next then. So juror 1379, in filling out the questionnaire, there was a section in there called attitudes regarding the death penalty.
Yeah.
And that was a section beginning on page 12. Do you recall thinking about the questions thoroughly and answering those last week?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
And are the responses you provided still the way you feel about that today?
Yes.
All right, in going through these questions about it then, I would like to advise you that it may be necessary for you to actually make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty in this case. And remember, when you're considering that, you need to consider that as if it would be done in absolute and carried out in the case. So as you consider that, I'll note that when given a choice, you selected that you support the death penalty when asked if you support or oppose it. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay. You've also selected a choice when you had a variety of choices about what accurately represents the way you feel. You picked the choice that says, I generally favor the death penalty, but I would base a decision to impose it on the facts, law, and instructions in the case. Is that still the way you feel about the death penalty?
Yeah, I'd say that's accurate. I kind of struggled between C and D. I remember it felt like I had to have an absolute, but either way, I
if it is instructive, then I believe in following the instructions that the court provides, so.
Okay, and so you had considered maybe leaning towards generally opposed, but following the instructions and putting aside your feelings?
Yeah, I kind of wanted a neutral in there. Like I'm neutral, but I would follow it. I believe that it's necessary in certain cases and I will follow the court's instructions when it comes to part of it.
Okay, so given the way you feel about it, then, do you believe that the death penalty should be imposed or considered in every case where a murder's been committed?
I don't think it's appropriate in every case necessarily, but I think based on the circumstances and when you're talking about especially egregious cases, that is probably an appropriate option.
Okay. Final question from me then. Will any of your views on the death penalty you believe either prevent or substantially impair you from serving as a juror in this case and following whatever instructions the court gives you on the death penalty, whether it's to consider it or not?
No, I don't think that I would have any problem with that.
Okay, that concludes the court's voir dire for this juror. Any voir dire from the state?
I have no additional questions for this juror, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Pryor.
And just briefly,
Yeah.
I appreciate you bringing that up between C and D. I've spoken about that before. And what I gleaned from your questionnaire, especially the comment on page 19 where you said, listen, I'm a strong believer in the due process of law. I saw some of your hobbies with the Ducks Unlimited and the other stuff. I think that you probably have a very patriotic sense to you. Would that be fair?
Yeah, and I think the first day that we were here, Judge Boyce likened this to serving in the military. That this, if you hadn't served in the military, this might be the most patriotic thing you can do. And that really struck me because my husband did serve in the military. So I'd say we are very patriotic and yeah.
And it is all of our civic responsibility. And I appreciate the fact that you struggled with the choice between C and D. So I'm going to ask you again, just to reiterate, there's you haven't made up a decision at this point.
No, I don't.
You haven't, and as far as guilt or innocence, you understand that we have to ask you about these questions, even if we believe that belief from the defense is that Mr. Daybell is not guilty. We have to talk about this because it's important. It's a potential issue. The judge is going to give you a choice of the death penalty or not to impose the death penalty. And at this point, you're neutral on either of those.
Right, yeah, I don't have a preconceived notion about what the end is going to look like.
And at this point, before you make that decision and make that important decision, you're going to balance what the prosecutor tells you.
Yes.
What the defense attorney in my office and what I'm going to present to you. And then you're going to follow this judge's instructions. And you're going to remain neutral until you've had a chance to make your own decision, and you're not going to follow a recipe. You're going to do it based on your view of the facts and circumstances, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you, Judge. I have nothing else.
All right, thank you for returning for the individual questioning. 1379 will have you return to the jury room and we'll talk to our remaining jurors and then give you further instructions. We'll next talk to juror 1389. All right, juror 1389, thank you for returning. We've got some additional questions for you here on board Dyer. One of the things we're looking at and can discuss here openly, since other jurors are not around, is whether or not your prior knowledge of this case might serve to cause you to form some sort of an opinion. I would note that in looking through your questionnaire, you seem to know quite a bit about the case. Is that accurate?
Only what's been presented in the media up until I was called for jury duty.
Okay, and let me just try to clarify that. Did you just sort of watch in passing what was reported, or have you actively gone out to, for example, watch any documentaries or look this case up on any commentators on YouTube or anything like that?
Well, only passively, basically anything that was a media push on various news aggregator websites, or my wife had the television going, for example, Channel 7, they've covered it extensively. It's kind of hard to miss when they have that as, their headline news for the night.
Okay, and sure, and again, there's absolutely nothing wrong with knowing about it, knowing as much as you know. That's what we need to determine. A lot of people do follow the news and get interested in stories. That's why they are in the news, is because they're interesting sometimes. The one response you had in your questionnaire was whether or not you formed an opinion regarding the defendant's guilt or innocence, and you said possibly, but only because some of the victims were young children. So on that issue of whether or not you've possibly formed an opinion, and we'd like you to be as honest as you possibly can here, with this defendant here in this trial, can you tell us if you do believe you have formed some opinion about his guilt?
Well, given what was on the news, I think it'd be extremely difficult not to have already formed some sort of an opinion. It just makes it more impactful that small children were victims in this case. And it, kind of hit you, it really hit you kind of hard. Something happened to those children. Who or what did it, I don't know. Just whatever's been reported.
Okay, and to follow up on that, not what may think or someone else, as you sit here, what is your opinion at this time?
At this time, I honestly don't know. I have to go in maintaining that. I don't know. The impact is significant, yes. But if I were to, if somebody were to ask me to make a judgment right now, this moment, I have to say I can't.
All right, but it's fair to say you're not completely without some opinion here. It does, and again, we can openly discuss this here. So if you are leaning one way or another, which way are you leaning right now?
Right now, just based on the news coverage, I have to say I'm leaning towards guilt.
Okay, and I do appreciate your responses. This is what we need to discuss. I'll let the state follow up with any additional voir dire if you'd like, and then the defense.
Your Honor. Okay, sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Juror 1389, on your questionnaire, and again, there's no right or wrong answers here. And so please feel free to just tell us exactly what you're thinking. On page 19 of your questionnaire, your question 10D, it asks if any of your exposure to the media has caused you to form an opinion about Mr. Daybell's guilt or innocence, and you said possibly, which is pretty similar to what you just said. And the question I want to look at is that 10E. Would you be able to put out of your mind what you have read or heard about this case and render an impartial verdict based solely upon the evidence in this courtroom? And you did mark yes, and you said possibly. So what do you mean by possibly?
Well, basically, I'll refer back to what's already been covered in the media. It predisposes you to lean toward, either this, this defendant is either guilty or not guilty. That's just how it's been presented in the media. If it were to come to trial, and I'm sitting here, I would have to set that aside and, bring your A game, bring everything you've got to show me that, yeah, whatever you heard in the media is either wrong or it's correct.
So, well, and that brings up an interesting point. When you say, show me what the media has said is wrong or correct, do you think that at some level, as you're sitting here listening to either evidence from the state or from this defendant, that you're going to be referring back to what you heard in the media?
It will be at the back of my mind, but again, there's going to be one side saying one thing, the other side saying something either counter or present another facet. Those are the two most important sides to look at right now. It's only if there's some sort of nebulous gray area, and I don't think there will be, but let's say there were, at that point, then I would go back and look, yeah, this is what I heard. This is what I saw. This is what I was told.
Okay. And thank you so much for your honesty. We really appreciate it. Your Honor, based on Juror 1389's responses, I would move to excuse this jury for cause.
Okay, so you're moving to strike for cause based on bias. Thank you, Ms. Wood. Mr. Pryor, do you wish to conduct any further or dire or simply advise the court whether or not there's a stipulation on the motion?
Well, Judge, I served, there is no right or wrong answer. Judge, I concur in that opinion, but to avoid the court wanting its own analysis, the court's going to accept the stipulation. Otherwise, I can go through some analysis and further here to support that. My belief, there should be, maybe some consideration of the cause.
All right, and I'm inclined to agree with the strike. So based on that, so Juror 1389, first, thank you so much for coming back today and taking the time to fill out your questionnaire. We appreciate your honesty today. We're trying to get the best, most impartial jury we can through this process. And with your knowledge of the case, I would find that perhaps the burden's been shifted improperly towards a presumption of guilt instead of innocence. And despite best efforts, I'd be concerned that Juror 1389 may have that preconceived notion. So we are going to excuse you as a juror. And again, thank you so much for your service coming in today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. All right, next up will be Juror 1392. While they're on their way in, counsel, maybe I'll just inquire. I don't see any type of bias or hardship presented at all in the questionnaire. Either side have any questions you think you'll have on that?
Judge, I just have one. And it was towards the end where he talked about the fact that because of his employment, not a lot of media coverage.
On your questionnaire, on page 7, under part 4, paragraph 1A, there was a question, do you feel that a defendant should be required to testify? You marked X, as in yes. What did you mean by that?
I might have misread it. I don't say they have to testify. I think it's just read it wrong or misinterpreted.
Fair enough. So would it be safe to say that if the judge instructs you that if the defendant chooses not to testify throughout his trial, that you shouldn't hold that against him, you're willing to follow that instruction?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for the defense.
I may have been mistaken, sir, but I thought in your questionnaire, there was some reference that you would not be able to block out the media because of your job position. Is there an issue with that?
I don't watch any media or do social media.
Maybe I made a mistake. Judge, if I could just have a moment.
Go ahead.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, thank you, counsel. So juror 1392, there is one additional topic we're going to cover with you. In filling out your questionnaire, you went through one section that was called attitudes regarding the death penalty, and that was on page 12 and 13. Do you recall thinking through those questions carefully and answering them in the questionnaire?
Yeah, I remember answering the best of my ability that day.
Okay. Let me advise you that in this case, it may be necessary for you to make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty. And remember, when you're considering that, you need to think about it as if it would be done or absolute and carried out in the case. So with that in your mind, you selected a choice. First of all, when you were asked, do you support or oppose the death penalty? You said support. Is that still the way you feel as you sit here?
In the right circumstance, if somebody is proven guilty without a shadow of a doubt, then I don't have a problem with the death penalty at all.
All right. You also selected one choice out of 7 you had about what best represents the way you feel, and you said, and this is a quote written in the questionnaire, that I generally favor the death penalty, but I would base a decision to impose it on the facts, law, and instructions in the case. So given those choices you had there, is that still the way you feel about that?
Yes, basically I'm just saying I don't have a problem with the death penalty as long as the defendant is found guilty on reasonable doubt.
Okay, and is it correct for me to say then, well, I'll ask you just a question. Do you believe then that given your support of the death penalty in certain circumstances, do you think it should be considered or applied in every case where a murder has been committed?
No, not every case.
All right. So finally, I'll just ask you, is there anything about your views on the death penalty that you think would, for some reason, prevent you from serving or substantially impair your ability to be a juror on this case if you were required to follow instructions about the death penalty?
No.
Okay, that concludes the court's questioning on that topic. I'll allow the state any additional voir dire and then the defense.
Just one question again, sir. Not to mince words, but you had mentioned you would consider the death penalty if the state proves beyond the shadow of doubt. I'll just ask, would you agree to follow whatever instruction the judge ultimately gives you about the proof standard providing proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Will you follow his instruction when you get that? Okay. All right, thank you. You don't have no more questions?
All right, right.
And sir, we have to talk about these issues because they're very important issues. And I don't want you to assume that because I'm talking to you about this, that I believe that Chad's guilty or that we're not here for some purpose. But if I understand you correctly, that in the event there were to be a conviction to the charges, it's not an automatic in your mind that the death penalty would be imposed. Is that correct?
Not necessarily, I guess. It'd have to be without a shadow of a doubt that he was guilty, and if the death penalty was handed down, I have no problem with that.
Okay. So when you say without a shadow of a doubt, we're talking about two different things. You understand that the judge will give you instructions that in order to convict him, the evidence has to prove that he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that, right? And then we would go to a sentencing phase. And I guess what I'm hearing from you is that at the time of sentencing, although he may have been convicted of a beyond a reasonable doubt, it's going to need to be no doubt in my mind whatsoever before I agree to subject someone to the death penalty. Is that fair? Okay, so could I have you turn to number 13? And your choice is C. Is that correct? At the bottom? Right. And in reading C, what I'm hearing is that, I don't have any problem with the death penalty as a penalty if it's supported by the facts and circumstances. Is that really what you're saying?
That's how I understood it.
But if you look down to D, the only difference is you're saying, listen, I generally oppose it, but if it's supported by the facts and circumstances, I'll reserve judgment. Is that the way you would read D?
Yes.
Okay. So if there were one between the two of them that said, I'm neutral on whether or not to give the death penalty, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to listen to the prosecutor's evidence, I'm going to listen to the defense's evidence, and I'm going to follow the judge's instructions, and I'm going to remain neutral right up until the point that I make my decision. Would that be closer to what your opinion is? 100%. All right, Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right, juror 1392, then that concludes your individual voir dire. We'll have you return to the jury room with the bailiff. We've got one more juror to talk to individually, then you'll return for further instructions. All right, our last juror we'll talk to at this point is 1424. All right, juror number 1424, you're returning for individual voir dire. We had some additional questions for you that you may talk about in as much detail as you want or as requested by counsel of the court about your prior knowledge of this case. The court does need to conduct an individual voir dire in relation to potential bias. I don't think there was any hardship issue. So you do have some knowledge or information about the case from prior reporting on it. Is that correct?
Yeah, just general knowledge. So I haven't really followed it closely for 4 years. I had court TV at one point, and so I'd seen some of that reporting.
Okay. Okay, apologies. Is there, well, let me just read one of your responses. You said the media portrayed him as guilty. The media has been wrong before. A concern we have, including me and the parties, would be whether or not he may have already formed some type of opinion about the defendant and his guilt or innocence with what you know in the case.
I have.
All right, let me allow the state some additional voir dire, and then I'll allow the defense as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, you indicated that you had watched some proceedings of, in this case on court TV. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that you hadn't really followed this case for the last couple of years.
Correct.
But during the time you were watching news on this case, it sounds like you did get some knowledge of the case. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, it was, I think they were speculating still.
Okay. You described learning of a religious aspect to the case.
Yes.
And when you were asked what you knew about the defendant, Chad Daybell, part of your answer was that you had learned about a quote trail of death. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You described one of the victims in this case, JJ Vallow. You were aware that he had special needs.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you. And you described him as sweet-natured. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it was his grandfather who might have said that.
Sure. So based on that experience, watching court TV, watching the news, learning about a trail of death and some humanizing facts about these victims, do you think that that contributed to your sense that you would lean toward guilty that you put in your questionnaire?
I think if I didn't know anything further, that's the way I would lean.
Okay. So when you filled out your questionnaire on page 19, there were a couple different places where you wrote that you were leaning guilty just at this point. That's fair to say. Okay. And as you sit here today, are those answers still accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move to excuse this juror for cause. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Pryor.
And so there's no right or wrong answer, okay? But obviously we have to evaluate. Judge, I'm going to stipulate the two answers.
Okay, the court's considered the responses here. I'll also agree there's a concern the burden may have shifted here where the jurors statement, if we didn't know anything further, that's what he would think, which may require more than his due process afforded to Mr. Daybell in this case. So juror 1424, thank you very much for your service and for taking the time to fill out your questionnaire. Due to some prior knowledge of the case, we'll continue to look for completely impartial jurors, and you will be excused with the sincere thanks of the court. All right, if we could have the remaining jurors who were passed for cause brought back in, then we'll conclude with this group.
All right, wait. Council, here you are.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury who have returned here, we're dealing with a lot of numbers of jurors in this case, so I'm trying to give everyone a chance to make sure we're all tracking the same. If you don't mind, the first thing I could have you do is just please hold up your red card again and do that for a moment, and we'll all confirm who's remaining. Okay, thank you. You can put those down. Having considered this remaining group, then, does the state pass this small group for cause?
Yes, Your Honor.
Does the defense pass this small group for cause?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you've now been passed for cause. We are continuing to question additional groups of jurors until we reach the necessary number to have the attorneys exercise their peremptory challenges. At this time, then, you are going to be released for the day. You'll be instructed to contact the jury commissioner on the way out, Randy Rutland, who will give you further instructions on when you're going to return. While you are waiting, and some days may pass, please follow the court's previous instruction to not do anything to look up this case, research the case, find out about the case. If you see the case reported in the news, etc., please try to avoid any exposure to that. Don't discuss any of the facts of this case or your jury service with anyone else. However, you may talk to friends, family, or employees, employers, etc., about the possibility of your service and when that may occur. Just avoid talking about the details of the case. That way we can maintain your impartiality and have you return for the next step of the proceedings. So thank you for the time you've committed so far. That will conclude your service for today. And again, you'll be instructed on when to return. With that in mind, is this small group allowed to be released today from the state?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
From the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, followed, please rise.
This way, please.
All right, doesn't leave a whole lot of time for lunch, but we've got our next group scheduled at 1:30. I understand that might start a bit late if we need to make arrangements and have lunch, but everybody try to, I guess, shoot for that time as much as you can, and we'll be in recess until then.
So let's see. So can y'all hear me? All right. So it looks like that we're breaking for lunch. Krisha K, I don't know if you're in an earshot. There she is.
I'm here.
So do we want to end this or and come back for lunch? Is that what we want to do here?
Yeah, I think so. That way we can not have a, where it dropped
Long
off
one. Yeah.
the other day. And that way, I think that's what we're going to do for lunch. For trial anyway. So,
Okay.
yeah, I just, I kind of scheduled these ahead of time. So I'm going to have to go in and do like I did yesterday, except that one canceled.
Okay.
Of course.
Okay.
So
yeah,
I'll schedule that. And what he said, 1:30 Mountain. So whatever that is, wherever you're at.
okay. I'll start it up.
Wait, what did he say? Because it's okay. Never mind. I was having a time zone.
Yeah,
moment.
it's
Okay. I looked at my clock. I was like, wait, it's 1:55. Anyway.
yeah, he's like killing us. Yeah. So they're going to take a short lunch, it looks like. So it looks like we're going to be back in like 30 minutes or something, he says. But I will be watching it, and you guys be looking for a notification. Krisha's fixing to start. She's going to set up for this afternoon, and I'm going to be watching it. And as soon as we go live, we're going live, and y'all join us. thank you all for being with us this morning.
Hey, y'all,
How about-
y'all come in for the second part, the second segment.
So we're looking for the second segment, and you'll be getting a notification. Hey, y'all, share, invite your friends.
Thank y'all. All right, bye guys.
Thank you. Bye.